Welcome to Eastern Romance Tales, where every story is a journey of the heart. Let's dive into today's tale. Book 5 Chapter 211. Rui had been removed from his wrist, gathering power waiting to be activated. Xie Lian clearly saw the opponent quietly behind. Xie Lian said, "You are Inu?" On the ground, it was unknown when a large hole big enough for two people to crawl into had appeared. Inu emerged halfway from the hole, his hands grasping a shovel, letting out a sigh of relief, wiping his sweat, and said, "Your Royal Highness Crown Prince, it is I. Fortunately, I did not dig in the wrong place. Hurry, let's go." He had actually forgotten that Inu still had a spiritual artifact in his hand, the Earthmaster's shovel. This thing, unexpectedly, was not touched, truly heaven's aid to him. It seemed that sometimes the feeling of not existing at all, meaning Inu was inconspicuous, was also a good thing. For example, in a chaotic battle, the enemy would surely not attack such a person, but on the contrary, our side might accidentally injure such a person. Xie Lian was about to go up and pull him out when his body uncontrollably stepped back. Inu strangely said, "Your Royal Highness Crown Prince? What's wrong?" Xie Lian also found it strange. Why did he step back? Immediately after, he understood. It was not he who stepped back, but the person who was inside Xie Lian's body, Shi Qingxian. The Earthmaster's shovel could be said to be extremely familiar to Shi Qingxian, making it very difficult not to recall the person who used it in the past. Xie Lian could not help but feel a sudden surge of rapid heartbeat, thinking it was just Shi Qingxian instinctively reacting. Fortunately, Shi Qingxian's reaction was only overly agitated. He quickly returned the Bodhi's control to Xie Lian. Xie Lian also forgot to ask Hua Cheng who could help him ascend to the heavens, quickly ran over and jumped into that hole, falling underground into the heavenly capital with Inu. Above, the mouth of the hole closed after a short while. In the dark underground tunnel, after crawling a short distance, Xie Lian suddenly remembered something and said, "Inu, can this Earthmaster's shovel dig through the heavenly capital's barrier?" Inu said, "Probably cannot dig through." "Can it?" "Huh." Shi Qingxian said, "So that means, although this shovel is a divine artifact digging back and forth, it is still within the heavenly capital. Isn't that useless?" Inu scratched his head and said, "It's not entirely useless. Currently, the various martial god officials outside the palace have all been placed in a formation. That formation will weaken their spiritual power, slowing down their Bodhi's recovery speed. I think if they continue to be kept inside the palace, I fear it will take several years. Also cannot recover their strength. It would be better to use the Earthmaster's shovel to dig out a secret chamber, bring the various martial gods there, and wait until they have almost fully recovered, then try once more to see if they can break out." Shi Qingxian said, "Wait a minute." City Lord Hua said, "You should tell that bunch of useless that group of martial gods to hide and heal their injuries. Do not try to escape from Junwu's hands, unless they wish to die." Inu said in surprise, "Your Royal Highness Crown Prince, you can communicate telepathically with the city lord? Isn't that impossible?" Xie Lian said, No, the one who was talking to you just now was not I." Shi Qingxian said, It's me, Your Royal Highness Inu." But talking back and forth also came out of Xie Lian's mouth. Inu was bewildered. "It's you, still you, aren't you all you, Your Royal Highness Crown Prince?" Shi Qingxian said, "Oh, it's me. I am the Wind Master. No, currently it should be said that I am the former Wind Master. I use the soul-shifting great spell. Conveying messages really tires one to death." He entered Xie Lian's body to listen and see, then returned to his own body to transmit what he heard and saw to Hua Cheng, entering and exiting, repeating each thing for a while, truly tiring him to death to think about. Inu hastily said, You've worked hard. So that's how it is." And dug the earth with even more vigor. After the two had walked for a while, Inu then said, "This place should be not too far off. Your Royal Highness Crown Prince, you two can temporarily stay here. I will go and fetch a divine official." By the time the underground tunnel gradually closed, Xie Lian said, "Huh? Are you planning to go alone?" "I will go with you." Inu said, "I truly dare not hide it from your Royal Highness Crown Prince. The larger this Earthmaster's shovel opens the hole, the more power it consumes. If I go alone, it might be a bit faster. The martial god palace closest to this place is—" He seemed to think for a moment, then spoke in short, "I will be back soon." Shi Qingxian continued to use the soul-shifting great spell, quickly consuming a large portion of his spiritual power. His limbs felt weary. Xie Lian was also affected. He sat on the ground, reluctantly nodded his head, feeling both his head and body a little heavy, placing a hand on his forehead and said, "All right." Therefore, Yin himself opened the hole and continued to dig forward. Xie Lian lay in place, closing his eyes. It was unknown how long passed before he suddenly startled awake and said, "Yin?" All around was pitch black, completely silent. It was very clear, Yin had still not returned. Shi Qingxian just opened his mouth. "Also confirm this, Your Royal Highness Crown Prince. You are awake? Aren't you very tired? Yin has not come back yet." After resting for a while, Xie Lian quickly recovered his spirits and said, "How long has he been gone? Why hasn't he returned?" Shi Qingxian said, "It's quickly been 2 incense sticks of time. He wouldn't have gotten lost, would he?" Xie Lian felt something was amiss and said, "I will go find him." Having finished speaking, he then rolled over, crawling towards where Yin had departed, because Yin still had to return from this end of the underground tunnel. Therefore, after the Earthmaster's shovel had finished digging, this end of the tunnel also did not automatically close, and Xie Lian carefully crawled inside. A moment later, Shi Qingxian said, "Crimson Rain Sought Flower," said Gidge, "you had best not go." Xie Lian paused and said, "Perhaps something is a bit amiss?" Shi Qingxian said, "Indeed, I heard City Master Hua's words were very serious." Xie Lian said, "It is precisely because something is amiss that I must go look for him. Otherwise, what if Yin encounters some unforeseen misfortune?" Precisely at this moment, a chilling sensation came from his back. Xie Lian was slightly startled, and suddenly turned his head. Shi Qingxian also felt Xie Lian's body filled with a chilling sensation and said, "Damn it, what happened just now?" Suddenly I felt a shiver down my spine. Behind was pitch black, the tunnel empty with not a single thing present. Xie Lian still stared intently for a very long time, only then saying, "It's nothing." Shi Qingxian at this moment closed his mouth and held his breath, because after Xie Lian had finished saying that phrase, "It's nothing," he then mouthed without making any sound, "5 words don't make a sound, there's someone." In this underground tunnel there were others. Just now it was right behind Xie Lian, but as soon as he turned his head, it immediately disappeared. Xie Lian's intuition regarding danger would absolutely know. Be wrong, therefore he could not let the other party discover that he had already noticed, and so he pretended that nothing was amiss. Meanwhile, Shi Qingxian hated this kind of situation. The most goosebumps appeared on his arms, and he mouthed, "Isn't it His Highness Yin?" Xie Lian said, "It wouldn't be necessary for him to be so stealthy." After a moment of silence, Xie Lian silently said, "Did San Lang say anything?" Shi Qingxian said, oh dear, that San Lang's expression looked truly frightening. He said, "Gidge, if it comes to an absolute last resort, first use the soul-shifting grand technique to enter the Wind Master's body." Regardless of whether he currently had enough spiritual power to perform the soul-shifting grand technique, even if he did, Xie Lian could not simply abandon the heavenly capital, which was currently in such a chaotic situation, and flee alone. Xie Lian said, "San Lang, rest assured." He had not yet said what he was resting assured about, when he suddenly raised his head and looked again. Ahead. Just now that sense of danger had still come from behind, but now it came from ahead. But looking ahead, everything was pitch black, making it impossible to see clearly. Shi Qingxian mouthed, "His Highness the Crown Prince, what do you feel now? What should we do? Should we ultimately go forward or backward?" After observing calmly for a moment, Xie Lian said, "Going forward or backward are both the same, just go arbitrarily." Having finished speaking, he then crawled forward. After crawling for a while, he then stopped again, slightly surprised. Shi Qingxian could not help but say, "Why is it like this again?" What appeared in front of them was surprisingly a fork in the road. However, there were as many as 2 underground tunnels. Shi Qingxian said, "Hey, could it be that Yin dug one, then realized he had dug wrongly, and then dug another?" Xie Lian mused, Yin is surely familiar with the paths in the heavenly capital. How could he dig wrongly? I'm afraid the truth is even more terrifying. But he also did not speak it aloud, only saying, "Qingxian, help me ask San Lang for a moment, choose one. The left side or the right side?" A moment later, Shi Qingxian said, Crimson Rain Sought Flower said, "This suggestion is not helpful, neither should be chosen." Xie Lian was at a loss whether to cry or laugh. Despite that, he also felt he could discern that something terrible awaited on both paths. But he still could not remain still in place, so after thinking for a moment, he said, Qing Xian, you choose one. Sure, Qing Xian, huh? Me? Ta Lin said, If you choose, there is still a 50% chance of choosing the one better than the other, but if you let me choose. Su Tanhuin immediately said, all right, I understand. Tangled for a moment, he turned his head towards the left. Ta Lin nodded his head and crawled in. The deeper they went, the narrower this cave became, truly forcing one to struggle for breath, but still, calculatedly they could continue. After crawling along winding and twisting paths for a while, at this moment, the cave finally opened wide and clear, leading to a large space. Fortunately, along the way, though worried and on guard, they had not yet encountered anything truly dangerous. Ta Lin surveyed the four directions for a moment, and said, where is this place? Su Tanhuin said doubtfully, I don't know, I can't see clearly. But how is it that I have a feeling, as if it's a little familiar? Ah! Not only did he discover it, Ta Lin also discovered it. Indeed, it was familiar. Was this not the very place where Ta Lin had just rested for a while, waiting for Dan Nok to return? Absolutely true. On the other side, there was also an underground tunnel, which was where Dan Nok had dug out with a shovel, and Ta Lin had also come out from this place to look for him. Su Tanhuin's hair stood on end as he said, how did we come back? Just now, here there was. Have we crawled back to the entrance of this earthen tunnel? Of course not. Just now, when they left, beneath the secret chamber there was only a single earthen tunnel leading out. But they had crawled back to the other end of that earthen tunnel, and had no idea when they had returned to this end. They had encountered that fork in the road, and the path on the left had circled around in a large loop leading back. This was definitely not dug by Dan Nok. He would not waste his effort creating such a meaningless thing. He feared that Dan Nok had also encountered something extremely strange. Ta Lin secretly thought that just now he should have gone with him. Without another word, they crawled out of the earthen tunnel, quickly crawled to the fork in the road, and this time chose the tunnel on the right. Crawling along, Su Tanhuin said, it seems this time my luck isn't much better. I chose the wrong path. I should have chosen the right from the very beginning. Ta Lin then said, no, your luck is still quite good. Su Tanhuin said, huh? What do you mean? Ta Lin tried his best to speak tactfully. What do I mean? Because this right side is possible that compared to the left side, it is perhaps even more terrifying. Both of them heard from behind them something swish, 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 scuttling swiftly and crawling closer. Ta Lin unfastened Rui, flung it towards the back and said, Rui, first help block it for a moment. Immediately afterwards, he exerted himself to crawl forward, as if one long stride covered a zhang, and Su Tanhuin was so nervous that he lost his mind, saying, ha 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 ha, exciting, 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 exciting. Ta Lin said, the truly exciting thing has not arrived yet. Hey, please look. Su Tanhuin, what is it again? Ta Lin stopped crawling, then sighed, only to see that before the two of them, a fork in the road had once again appeared. Su Tanhuin said haphazardly, right. Tell. Yen decisively turned right. Then along the way, forks in the road appeared endlessly. Su Tanhuin said left, right, left, right. He no longer knew what he himself was saying. Currently the situation was extremely critical, changing in the blink of an eye, and there was even less time to withdraw from Ta Lin's body and return to the other side to ask Hoa Tan what to do now, because it was very likely that as soon as they turned the next fork, the situation would be completely different. Behind them, the thing that Rui had blocked for a moment was relentlessly drawing closer, and both sides of the cave also became narrower and narrower, more and more cramped. Finally, it had reached the point where even their arms could not be lifted. Ta Lin's shoulders were already stuck, and he said, I can't crawl anymore. Su Tanhuin said, then what do we do now? Could it be that we still have to retreat? The thing behind them had already caught up. Ta Lin said, do not be afraid. A true man can retract and extend. If one cannot advance, one must retreat, so retreat. Go. After speaking, he immediately retreated 2 steps, extended his hand, just about to grasp the hilt of the Fong Xen sword to seek out that thing behind them and fight a satisfying battle together, when his scalp suddenly grew cold. Ta Lin's heart also went cold. He raised his head, fundamentally unable to see clearly what it was, only seeming as if someone in the darkness let out a soft chuckle and stretched Uti a hand lunging towards Ta Lin's head. He opened his eyes wide, and immediately afterwards lost consciousness. Unsure how much time had passed, he only then slowly woke up. Waking up, Xie Lian only then discovered that he was sitting on a chair, his entire body bound securely. Upon closer inspection, he only then discovered that the very thing binding him tightly was Ruyi Ling's. Xie Lian, bewildered, said, "Ruyi, what are you doing?" Ruyi, feeling aggrieved, drooped down and rubbed against him. Xie Lian looked closely again, only to find that Ruyi was actually tied in knots. No wonder Ruyi couldn't resist it, feared being tied in knots above all else. In the past, when it was naive, there were times it liked to play with itself, playing to the point of tying itself into a tangled mess of knots. Every time, it was Xie Lian who reluctantly helped it untie itself. Afterwards, it learned its lesson and grew clever, knowing not to tie itself into a mess again. Xie Lian, helpless, tried to see if he could directly smash the chair into pieces. Unfortunately, the chair remained completely intact. It seemed it had been imbued with spiritual power for reinforcement. If he couldn't move, then for the time being, observing the surrounding scenery would be good. Xie Lian looked around in all directions. This place must be inside some divine temple, quite new and magnificent, only he didn't know which temple it ultimately was. At any rate, it wasn't the Great Martial Hall. Just as he thought so, a hand reached for his shoulder, and from above a person gently said, "Xian Lu, oh Xian Lu, you are truly too stubborn." Hearing this voice, Xie Lian's scalp suddenly went numb, and from behind him, that person turned around with crossed arms. It was indeed Jun Wu. His hand still rested on Xie Lian's shoulder, and with each pause he spoke, "You've been up here for more than half a year, and Xianjing has had places breaking here and there, chaos everywhere. Tell me, are you stubborn or not stubborn? You're not a little mouse digging holes underground and scurrying in and out. Is that so interesting?" This person was gentle, benevolent, vaguely like an elder gazing at a junior with loving eyes. Yet Xie Lian felt profoundly uncomfortable, truly not knowing how to speak with him. Then he suddenly felt a chill by his feet. Lowering his head to look, he saw only a white thing clinging to his shoe, its eyes extremely sinister, staring intently at him. It was indeed the fetus spirit. Xie Lian raised his head, having roughly guessed. Yinyu used the Earthmaster's shovel to dig holes, but was caught by Jun Wu. Afterwards, Jun Wu sent out some things to obstruct them. He only then realized how terrifying what he had just experienced was. Xie Lian finally knew what to say. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "You are truly terrible and interesting to the extreme." That chase in the underground tunnels made him recall when he was previously chased by White No F. Ace, to the point where he couldn't even take a breather, his heart trembling with fear. If he merely wanted him, he could have just directly caught him. Why did he need to terrify him? Acting so bizarrely, causing people's hearts to incessantly tremble with fear. Jun Wu, looking over, seemed utterly delighted, and with a smile he said, "Xian Lu, compared to before, you are much more courageous." Unable to respond to such words, Xie Lian said, "Where is Yinyu?" Jun Wu placed his hand on the back of the chair, helping Xie Lian's entire body turn direction, and said, "Don't be impatient, you will see. Moreover, it's not just him." Xie Lian spun around, facing a mirror, but the person reflected in the mirror was not him, but the pale face of Yinyu. And by his feet, there was another person lying still, head bleeding, face bruised and battered, unconscious. He could only be recognized by his head full of curly hair. It was Xie Lian. Xie Lian immediately asked with vigilance, "What do you want to do?" The mirror reflected the image from the other side of the wall. On the other side, Yinyu frantically pushed Xie Lian. "Wake up, wake up!" Xie Lian struggled for a long time before finally waking up, and groggily asked, "Huh? Brother, why did you hit me just now?" "Oh!" Xie was truly pitiful, already beaten to the point of speaking incoherently. Xie Lian could not help but feel pity. "Yinyu said, can I defeat him?" Xie Lian scratched his head, only now remembering, T was the emperor who hit me." As if suddenly thinking of something, he became excited again. He snatched the shovel away. "Do you want me to help you snatch it back? Yinyu, can you defeat him?" Xie Lian finally realized this place was Qiying's palace. It appeared Yinyu, having come to find Xie Lian, had been captured by Jun Wu. Taking advantage of the moment Jun Wu was circling around him, Xie Lian lowered his head, whispering, "Lord Windmaster, are you still there?" Who would have thought? The one who spoke up to answer him was not Shi Qingxian, but rather Jun Wu. Junwoo was behind him saying of course not. Oh. Junwoo, I suddenly remembered the barrier in the heavenly capital seemed to have a loophole, therefore I just now forbade the soul-shifting grand spell. Oh. Junwoo patted Xie Lian's shoulder, speaking intimately. I remember that year this soul-shifting grand spell technique was still taught by me to you. Xianle learned it, truly learned it, and knew how to use it. I was truly extremely pleased. Having said that, he then walked out. A moment later, Junwoo's figure appeared in that mirror. Kuan Yizhen noticed it first. Yu also suddenly turned around, vigilantly Emperor. Kuan Yizhen jumped up excitedly. Junwoo with a casual palm strike immediately slammed him onto the bed. The entire bed collapsed. Kuan Yizhen lay on the ground, his head askew, unconscious. Yu was extremely on guard. Junwoo then said no need to be so on guard. You should thin. That even when you are on guard you can't do anything. So why not relax? This was the truth. Yu didn't know what to say, habitually laughed awkwardly but also hurriedly stopped. Junwoo, on the contrary, was truly leisurely and natural, saying, Yu, I think I have never truly spoken with you before, have I? Yu cautiously. Seems so. In the past, although he was once a martial god guarding the West, his rank was not high, his incense offerings were not many, and his status was also not high. Although not to the extent of being among the lowest ranked officials in the upper heavenly court, he was roughly in a middle or lower position, seeming to have no opportunity to be close to such a great first martial god emperor. Probably previously when Junwoo passed by the entrance of Yinyes Grand Palace, he was already very worried, and now he was even more and more worried, then said but initially, there were many officials in the upper heavenly court who did not chat with me, and did not even know me. Junwoo then said not necessarily. Many people knew you. Not necessarily having met you but they also knew you. Yu was startled, saying is that so? Junwoo said because many people knew your junior brother. And when your junior brother was mentioned, you were often also mentioned, becoming a backdrop for him. These words carried an extremely sarcastic meaning. Although it was just a statement without emotion, the reason was that the other person merely It counted the facts without any bias, therefore, it twisted even more deeply into people's hearts. Kuan Yizhen was still dizzy, not yet having regained consciousness. Yu lowered his head, his hands clenched into fists. Xie Lian roughly guessed what Junwoo wanted to do. A long time later, Yu gathered his courage, saying, Emperor, what exactly do you want to do? You are already the martial god emperor traversing heaven and earth, the first martial god of the three realms. No one can compare to your position. Why do you still want to do this? What exactly do you want? Junwoo naturally did not answer him, suddenly saying, Yu, do you want to return to the upper heavenly court? What? Xie Lian was also surprised. What did Junwoo want to do? At this moment, advising Yu to betray and fight. What was his intention? Quan No said, you also don't like remaining in the mortal realm as a pawn for the ghost realm. Do you? Oh. Dan Nok finally reacted, saying, Your Excellency thinks too much. It fundamentally isn't about liking it or not. Xie Lian secretly cried out in dismay. It's impossible to answer like that. This time I'm afraid he has already firmly grasped a weakness. Indeed, Quan No smiled, saying, Do you know, your answer like that, its meaning is no different from saying that's right, I don't like it, don't mention it. Not wrong. If Dan Nok had confidence in his heart, truly liked his current position in the ghost realm, he would directly reply, I like. Very much. But he evaded the sharp point, so the answer became very clear. Quan No said, you come from a renowned family, an orthodox sect, never following evil spirits and heretics, and you are the eldest branch in the sect from a young age. Rain seeped into the soil, taking enlightenment and ascension as your lifelong aspiration. This kind of aspiration is very difficult to change. Being adrift in the ghost realm can only be called a last resort, done unwillingly. You naturally have no way to say you are very satisfied with your current position in the ghost realm, because this fundamentally is not what you want. Dan Nok's confidence was indeed insufficient, and he said weakly, the city lord has been gracious to me. He saved me. Quan No said, I know. And he helped you transcend the vengeful spirit Jiam Nok while you were demoted, didn't he? Dan Nok said. That's right, so no matter whether I am satisfied with my current position or not, I still... Quan No said, that is to say, you are not satisfied. However, you are tightly bound by the word grace, and having reached a dead end, you force yourself. Dan Nok bowed his head, not speaking. Xie Lian inwardly broke into a cold sweat. He could roughly guess how Quan No's attack strategy would be, but Dan Nok only maintained one expression every single movement from head to toe. His whole being was full of flaws. Quan No said then, on the contrary, let me ask you a question. Do you truly owe Quan Not Chan a debt of gratitude? Quan No said, on what basis? Because you owe a debt of gratitude to an outsider. Must you place yourself in an undesirable position, willing to repay with loyalty? Yet you are indebted to Quan Not Chan and he made you wander to this state? Dan Nok, you have always self-sacrificed yourself to fulfill others. This is not a good habit. You must know no one will thank you. He simply pressed closer step by step, each step treading on Dan Nok's most painful spot. Quan No continued, your whole life you have yearned to ascend to the righteous path. You yearned for a good position in the upper heaven court, to stand in the hall of martial gods. Later, Quan Not Chan made things difficult for you, being turned into a mere backdrop, becoming a laughingstock for all the deities, yet you still struggled and endured in Xianjing. Wasn't it precisely so you could remain here? You originally belonged here. But Quan Not Chan disrupted everything, and then, as easily as turning his hand, stole away all that originally belonged to you. On what basis? You didn't put in as much effort as him? No, you put in much more effort than him. Moreover, if we talk about overall ability, he may not necessarily be able to compare with you. Why is Kion in the upper heaven court now without anyone to rely on? Because his mind is simple, naive and ignorant. He fights haphazardly, unable to command respect from the masses. And you, compared to him, your mind is more mature. Compare to him, you understand the principles of dealing with people. Compared to him, you can adapt and be flexible. Compared to him, you can endure hardship, endure toil. If you had his talent, his spiritual power, your achievements would be many times greater than his, and you would also be more able to command respect from the masses. Dan Nok was a little unable to keep calm, saying, what meaning your words hold? I do not understand. There was originally no if his spiritual power is precisely his own. Suddenly he let out a loud shout, raised his hand, terrified. What is this? His hand from before suddenly burst forth with dazzling white spiritual light, so blinding that it was impossible to look directly. Jun Wu, however, was indifferent, saying, do not be afraid. It is merely a touch of spiritual power. Dan Nok only then slightly regained his composure, disbelievingly said, whose spiritual power? Mine. I cannot possess such a thing. He did not possess such powerful spiritual power. Jun Wu, presently it is not yours. Whether it can become yours, that depends on your choice. Dan Nok said, if it is not mine, then whose is it? Could it be? He suddenly remembered someone, looked to the side. Just then, Quan Yizhen, life immensely tenacious, also woke up once again, his face both stunned and bewildered. Jun Wu said, not bad, this is Quan Yizhen's spiritual power. Quan Yizhen, huh? Dan Nok said, why is his spiritual power here? How can spiritual power be swapped? How can that be done? Jun Wu, even destiny can be swapped. What prevents spiritual power from being swapped? Many things are not as difficult as you imagine. For a high-ranking heavenly official to speak a few words, and expend a mere few strokes of effort with a brush. Dan Nok tremblingly said this. He shook his hand as if wanting to throw away a hot potato, yet that mighty spiritual power joyfully danced in his hand, striking wherever directed. In an instant, a series of walls in Qiying Palace were all blown away by him. Divine statues fell. The roof seemed capable of collapsing at any moment. Dan Nok was greatly startled. Not daring to swing wildly, Jun Wu smiled and said, do not rush, take your time. Dan Nok used one hand to hold the other, his expression of fright still unsettled. Both his arms were trembling. Jun Wu, Dan Nok, I ask you once more, do you wish to return? Dan Nok panted a few times, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, looking at him. Jun Wu said, if you return, I can not only help you remove the cursed shackles, but also transfer all of Quan Yizhen's spiritual power onto your person. Quan Yizhen seemed to have never imagined such a wicked spell existed, already scared speechless. Xie Lian said in astonishment. Insane. Jun Wu slowly said, from now on, those who only know Qiying but not Dan Nok will no longer appear. Who else would dare not remember your name? Never again. Dan Nok retreated a few steps in chaos. Xie Lian was so tense he forgot he himself was still tied to the chair by Rui, holding his breath, both hands gripping the chair, his body leaning forward. At least one point Junwoo was not wrong. He also could see, from the bottom of Dan Nok's heart, there was a genuine yearning to ascend to the heavenly realm. He originally belonged to the upper heavenly court. This had long been deeply rooted, very difficult to change. Yet, did Dan Nok truly not harbor even a trace of resentment towards Kwon Ijan? Not necessarily. So many things had happened between the two of them, it was impossible to easily say, "I do not resent you at all." This kind of resentment could be much or little, but Dan Nok himself was not a person of resolute character. He acted as he thought. The influence from others was probably not small. Because there were also too many overlapping matters, Xie Lian also did not know what Dan Nok would ultimately do. He could only silently pray in his heart. His Highness Dan Nok, be careful. I. Dan Nok was in a daze for a moment, sat down, covering his face with his hands. After a long while, he finally raised his head. His gaze also gradually grew cold. He stared intently at Kwon Ijan, who had been beaten into a tattered mess, for a very long time, then softly said, "Emperor, you truly... Can you swap his spiritual power for mine?" Volume 5 Chapter 213. Supplement to Chapter 212. Xie Lian's heart sank. Kwon not. Chan opened his mouth wide in surprise. "Senior brother?" Junwoo said, "Or I shall transfer it to you immediately. Try it yourself and you will know whether I possess the ability to do so." Dan Nok still felt a faint unease and asked again then, "Can he still reclaim it? After all, it is his own spiritual power. If he wishes to seize it back." Junwoo said, "Unless you are willing to return it to him, or you perish, otherwise there will be no possibility of its reclamation." Dan Nok hesitated, saying, "Then if this spiritual power is transferred to me, Kwon Not Chan, will he die? Or what will happen?" No matter what, he probably did not wish for Kwon Not Chan to die by his hand. Junwoo said, "It will not be so. It will merely involve enduring a somewhat painful process, but in this world, who is there who has never endured suffering? How you wish to deal with him, whether he lives or dies, is entirely up to you." Dan Nok then said, "How will the other heavenly officials be handled?" There was a heavenly official who witnessed the scene before the martial god temple. Fit by chance spreads outside. Junwoo smiled, saying, "What if they know? They are all but ants, easily crushed with a single hand. Eradicate them all. Replace them with a new group of heavenly officials. You will change your appearance, change your name, change your origin. Who would be able to tell?" He spoke these words with an indifferent expression, as if saying, "If the tea is cold, pour it tea and get a new cup," lightly and carelessly, with familiar nonchalance. Finally Dan Nok said, "In the new upper heaven court, what kind of identity will I have? Junwoo Lingwon is my left hand, you shall be my right hand. Above you, apart from me, there will be no one else." Dan Nok gritted his teeth for a moment. Finally he said, "All right." He said in a low voice, "I asked the emperor to remember the promise made to me today. As now." He did not finish speaking. His gaze merely shifted towards Kwon Not Chan. Junwoo said, "As you wish." As soon as the words fell, Kwon Not Chan's face suddenly contorted. He cried out, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and holding his head, he writhed on the ground, seemingly in intense pain. Meanwhile, from Dan Nok's body, a stream of spiritual light suddenly emanated. His entire face was illuminated by the radiant light. He raised a hand, striking towards the top of the Qiying Palace. Boom! A large hole appeared in the Golden Palace. Standing amidst the ruins, Dan Nok lowered his head, looking at his own hands, slowly clenching his fists tightly. Junwoo's expression was momentarily like that of someone watching a child playing with their new puppet, saying, "How does it feel?" After a long while, Dan Nok finally replied, "I have never possessed such immense spiritual power before." He looked at Kwon Not Chan, who was lying on the ground with a complex gaze, saying, "My master once said a phrase. He said, Kwon Not Cha. N was born to ascend, it was a heaven-bestowed talent. Is this also the strength bestowed upon him by heaven?" Junwoo said, "From now on it is yours." Dan Nok slowly nodded. Immediately after that, he lifted his hand, and one palm strike immediately struck forth. This palm strike he used Kwon Ijan's full spiritual power. Its might made one terrified, and from within the mirror, a stream of white light surged forth. Immediately after that, Dan Yu quickly raised his right hand to draw a large circle in the air. Then he grabbed hold of that circle, threw it, and it precisely hit Jun Wu. Jun Wu looked at the glowing circle beneath his feet, slightly furrowed his brow, seemingly feeling trepidation, carefully not touching it, then looked towards Dan Yu, who was dragging Xie Lian on the ground, not moving, and said, Dan Yu, you just entered battle and immediately changed your mind. Do you not have anything you wish to explain to me? Oh. Dan Yu turned his back towards him, carried Xie Lian on his back, and did not reply. Jun Wu said, doing it this way is of course bittersweet, a noble sentiment. But is this truly your intention? You yourself have grudgingly endured for hundreds of years until now. Do you still wish to continue forcing yourself? Oh. Do you truly not detest the person you are saving now, even just a little? Suppose you do not hate him, could it be that you also do not despise him? Oh. Dan Yu finally could not hold back. He clenched his fists tightly, making a crunching sound, then suddenly turned around and said, I hate. I detest. But so what? Xie Lian was agitated beyond measure as soon as he opened his mouth to speak. Blood sprayed out profusely from his nose and mouth. Senior brother. Dan Yu yelled, shut up. He again turned towards Jun Wu and said, You. Why must you absolutely remind me of this point? It's as if you all truly understand me. It is I who detest him. But what then? He has given me so much extra trouble, can I not resent him? Oh. Xie Lian's mood was as if just thrown to the bottom of a valley, then flung high up again, leaving him dumbfounded, almost collapsing. What kind of sophistry is this? Following that, Dan Yu again said, But I also only detest him. I do not wish to harm him. What is called originally should belong to me. External gifts, whatever heaven gives to someone, that is precisely theirs. Others' belongings I do not need. Xie Lian's eyes shone brightly, and he exclaimed, very well said. Dan Yu again said, I want to return to the upper heavenly court. I want to stand among the top 10. But if it is not I myself who cultivates, then all of it fundamentally has no meaning. I am unlucky, I accept. If I am not as powerful as him, then I at least can still admit that I precisely cannot be as powerful as him. Admitting that I am precisely not his equal is also not that difficult. Defiant pride. At this moment Xie Lian finally looked again at Dan Yu, and saw in him the radiance and pride of youth. With a wah sound, Xie Lian cried on his back. Fresh blood mixed with tears and snot surged out profusely together. Dan Yu had his face sprayed full of blood by him, and his expression darkened. Don't spray. Xie Lian sobbed, saying, Senior brother, I am truly sorry. Dan Yu could not bear it any longer, and said, You also don't need to apologize to me. Even if you apologize, you won't understand. I have truly had enough of you. Jun Wu sighed, rubbing his temples. Dan Yu again said, Moreover, I truly have nothing at all. You also said, considering overall capability, he might not necessarily be able to compare with me. But I have myself. Creak. Quan No turned his body to the side, casually waved his hand, and said, Very good. I think you and Tian Lac must surely talk very much in agreement with each other. Oh. What's wrong? What's wrong? Xie Lian was tied to the chair. His heart madly wanted to leap out of his chest. What's wrong with Inu? He only remained silent. His complexion also became very strange. Quan No crossed his arms, calmly stepped out of the circle of light, fundamentally without the slightest obstruction, and said, More or less, I also guessed you would answer this way. Therefore, I did not remove your cursed shackles beforehand. Cursed shackles? On Inye's hand there was indeed a cursed shackle. Xie Lian hastily looked over, and Inu LSO raised his wrist. He only saw that compared to the beginning, the cursed shackle had tightened much more intensely around his hand, so tight that it seemed as if it wanted to crush his arm, and Inye's entire arm had quickly turned as white as paper. Moreover, the pallor was still ceaselessly spreading upwards on his body. This cursed shackle wanted to suck his blood. Xie Lian suddenly lunged forward. His whole body and the chair tumbled onto the ground this time. He couldn't even see the mirror. He lay on the ground madly struggling, but it was fundamentally useless. He could only hear screams coming from the mirror. After a long while, a pair of white boots appeared before his eyes. Quan No had returned. In his hand he held something filled with blood, now a deep crimson. The cursed shackle, it must have been removed from Yin's body. Quan No squatted down, stroked Xie Lian's head, and said, "Say your farewells to your little friend." The knot on Rui came loose. Xie Lian crawled up, immediately threw a punch towards his face. Of course it didn't hit, and he almost fell. But he hadn't originally expected to be able to hit Quan No anyway, it was only to vent his anger. He ran like mad to the inner wall of the palace. He only saw Yin lying withered on the ground, both pale and fragile, like a paper figure. His face was also greatly emaciated. All spiritual light on his body had disappeared, and his face had returned to its battered state as before, completely unrecognizable as Kuan Yizhen's original appearance. It seemed the magic power had returned to its original owner. Xie Lian lunged forward. "Your Highness, Yin." Yin suddenly opened his eyes wide to look at him. His voice hoarse, "Your Highness Crown Prince." Kuan Yizhen knelt prostrate on the ground, wailing, and looked up at the sky, howling, "I am truly sorry, senior brother. I only know how to fight, but I couldn't defeat him." Blood from his mouth and nose once again spurted out, instantly covering Yin's face. The sight alone was extremely unpleasant. Yin's veins on his forehead bulged, and with a final burst of energy he shouted, "Stop spitting. Hey, enough. You're going to make me die of anger." He again limply and powerlessly collapsed. In this situation, Xie Lian also didn't know what to do. He wanted even more to sigh deeply. He wanted even more to shed tears profusely, or perhaps in reality it was even more comical. Suddenly, Yin's dry eye sockets were filled with tears. He said softly, "I know." He said, "Yizhen is an exceptional person. I am an ordinary person. At best I could only reach that point. I know." Xie Lian's heart was filled with a wave of helpless pain. Dan Nok said, "Although I know, I still am not reconciled. In fact, Jiam Nok and I think alike. I am even more unreconciled than him. I am not someone who has never had resentful thoughts. It is impossible to not have resentful thoughts." Afterwards, I also dared not imagine why at that time and though I clearly knew not Chan was wearing the brocade immortal, I still said I wanted him to die. Was it ultimately being so angry as to lose my reason, or was it that I truly did not want him to die? Xie Lian hugged him and said, "It's nothing, it's nothing. These are all small matters, truly. Your Highness Dan Nok, if you live on this earth for a few hundred years, you will know that those things are nothing at all. Being angry to the point of losing your mind is fine. Wanting someone to die is also fine. Just let those thoughts come. Who hasn't thought of such things? I even once thought of wiping out clean the entire world that had forsaken me. It's true, I'm not lying to you. I almost took action to look. I have thick skin and have lived until now. You ultimately still did nothing. That is what is most important." Dan Nok said, "But in the end I truly still feel unreconciled." He sobbed, "If I was destined not to become a person of astonishing talent and breathtaking beauty, at least I wanted to become a perfectly good and kind person. But even that, I still couldn't do. Truly too unreconciled. To be honest, even at this very moment, thinking that I died for that idiot Quan Not Chan, I still cannot stomach this feeling. I wanted to die without resentment or hatred, at ease, but I couldn't even do that. What is this?" Xie Lian gently said, "Your Highness, you have tried very hard. Moreover, you have also done very well. Compared to the vast majority of people, you are still much better." Dan Nok finally forced a smile, saying, "Better than almost everyone, then?" After smiling, he sighed, his voice, full of regret, finally vanished along with his soul, murmuring, "But what I wanted to become was a god." Xie Lian bowed his head very low, saying, "But, Your Highness Dan Nok, in this world, in truth, there are fundamentally no gods." Chapter 213. Suddenly a flash of insight sparkled in his mind. Xie Lian released Dan Nok, stood up and said, "The cursed shackles." He took the cursed shackles. If there were no issues, Junwu naturally would not have taken it, but he had specifically taken the cursed shackles filled with Dan Nok's blood. Perhaps that item not only absorbed Dan Nok's blood but also imprisoned his soul. Thinking of this, Xie Lian immediately left behind Quan Not Chan, who was bruised and battered, and returned to Qiying Palace. However, Junwu was no longer there, so he turned around again and rushed outside. The grand thoroughfares of the heavenly capital were devoid of a single soul. Only a desolate expanse remained. Only expressionless guards stood watch over the grand halls of the high officials' places that had once been bustling and lively in the past, but they did not pay him any mind. Xie Lian also did not pay them any mind, and went straight to the Divine Might Hall. Indeed, Junwu had returned to this place, sitting in the grand hall above, still examining the cursed shackles. As Xie Lian rushed for war, he heard a series of strange squeaking sounds coming from above. He looked up to see the 4 legs of the fetus spirit clinging to the magnificent ceiling, nimbly crawling upside down, like a cold-blooded creature, making one feel nauseated and afraid. Even such evil creatures could enter the Divine Might Hall truly. He couldn't understand how those heavenly officials who struggled for hundreds of years, yet were not qualified to enter this place, would feel upon seeing this sight. Xie Lian continued walking towards Junwu, who asked, "What do you want?" Xie Lian did not utter another word. Abruptly snatching at the cursed shackles, Junwu naturally would not let him have his way. Xie Lian could not snatch it away for a long time, angrily saying, "What use is this thing to you? Dan Nok fundamentally will not pose a threat to you. He is fundamentally unimportant to you, so why would you say such things to him? Why are you still holding on to this thing?" Junwu, however, said, "Who said it's useless? Seeing you angry over this thing, doesn't that prove it's very useful?" He was like an elder placing fruit on a table where his child could not reach, standing beside it, smiling faintly, watching the small child, yearning for the fruit, tiptoeing to take it, yet unable to reach it no matter how, both angry and anxious, crying loudly, while he himself seemed very happy. Xie Lian was truly provoked to madness. "Are you sick? Junwu Xianle, speaking to me like this is truly a bit disrespectful." Xie Lian choked for a long while, unable to hold back. He cursed, "I respect your." It was as if all the vulgar words of his entire life were hurled at this person in a curse. Who would have thought, before this one curse was even finished, his throat tightened and he couldn't breathe. Xie Lian's vision darkened, his hands clutched his throat, his knees gave way, and he knelt down. Junwu sat before him, calmly and leisurely stroking the sparse hair on the round, slick head of the fetus spirit, black chi emanating from his palm. The fetus spirit, vaguely delighted, let out a strange cry of joy. Hearing Xie Lian's continuous violent coughing, his face flushed red, Junwu said, "Xianlu, I think you should still be as you were before, a little more obedient, a little more respectful, then you won't provoke my anger. Do not forget, you also bear this thing on your person. Moreover, you wear 2 of them. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. You." Xie Lian suddenly lifted himself up, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at him. Junwu said, "What about me? Am I despicable? Xianlu, do not forget, it was you who asked to wear them." Joking at that time, how could he know what kind of monstrous thing this was? Could it be, at that time when the state preceptor saw his face change color and squeezed his neck, it wasn't to kill him but to remove this thing? After a long while, the cursed shackle on Xie Lian's neck gradually loosened, and he could finally breathe smoothly. He turned his back towards Junwu, breathing with effort, unconsciously covering his own neck, and touching the cursed shackle. This touch, besides touching the cursed shackle, also felt another object. That was an exquisite silver necklace. Originally cold as ice, it had been warmed by his body temperature after being worn for a period of time. Strung onto the silver necklace was a ring as transparent as crystal. After touching it, Xie Lian's shoulders immediately stiffened, gripping the ring tightly. For some unknown reason, his heart pounded rapidly, as if he had grasped an unfathomable secret. At this moment, Junwu spoke from behind. "It's me. What is it? Is it him? What did he say? What does it mean?" Xie Lian tucked the silver necklace inside his robes, furrowed his brow and turned around. Only after turning around did he discover that Junwu's words just now had not been spoken to him. Junwu raised 2 fingers, placing them lightly on his taiyang. In this posture, he was communicating spiritually with someone else. Although he did not permit the heavenly officials in Xianjing to communicate spiritually, he himself was not restricted. After a slight pause, Junwu then said, "It's nothing. Because a few days ago, it was discovered that the Earthmaster was an imposter, and following that, many spies and individuals with false identities he had hidden in Xianjing were found. In recent days, the situation has been chaotic. There can be no oversight. Therefore, all heavenly officials must now be inspected, and all of Xianjing is under strict curfew, not open to outsiders, and with no spiritual communication with other places. You naturally won't be able to find others." Xie Lian gently gasped a few breaths, then held his breath. It seems that the person who was communicating spiritually with Junwoo also did not know what situation Xianjing was currently in. Therefore, Junwoo also seemed to have no trouble deceiving the other party. Furthermore, he found a very clever and appropriate excuse. The black water impersonation incident just now had a very great impact and was very worthy of being taken seriously. Imposing a complete curfew was also reasonable and logical. Even if Xie Lian yelled loudly, the person on the other side would not hear his voice. Therefore, he still decided for now to quietly observe the situation. A long while later, a strange gleam suddenly appeared on Junwoo's face. He gently said, "Oh? You wish to come to Xianjing? Of course you can. This event is indeed not a small matter. You have the heart to come and help. Of course you are welcome." Oh. The other party proactively offered the suggestion to come to Xianjing to assist. If it were a few hours ago, it would naturally be something he longed for but could not obtain, for at that time there was truly a shortage of manpower. But at this moment, all of Xianjing had already become a den of devils. Wouldn't that be jumping into a pit of fire? On the other side, Junwoo simply said a few RDS, ending the spiritual communication. Xie Lian immediately said, "Who wants to come?" That spiritual fetus seemed to know it could not approach the light, silently crawled to the dark place and hid. Junwoo smiled and said, "What's the rush? You'll know in a moment." This was beyond his expectation. Xie Lian asked suspiciously, "Will you let me see? Didn't you tell the other party that all of Xianjing is under strict curfew and that every single heavenly official is being inspected?" Junwoo, of course. I must, after all, have reliable and capable assistants. Ling Wan is not here naturally. She cannot play the role of Junwoo's capable assistant. Therefore, this matter fell upon Xie Lian. While he was thinking, Junwoo again appraised him for a moment, and gently said, "Xian Lu, you obediently cooperate well. Don't try to do anything else. I understand you too well. Whatever you think, I can know." Oh. Junwoo, as if intentionally yet unintentionally, played with the bloody curse shackle, and then said, "You also said, for me, Yu is fundamentally unimportant. To be precise, all heavenly officials, great and small, in this Xianjing, are all unimportant to me. If you reveal it, you will know what will happen. Oh. Therefore, don't give it away. Tidy yourself up and come here immediately." Xie Lian fell silent, stood up from the ground, patted off the dust from his person, tidied himself, and then stood at his usual position beside Junwoo. Junwoo praised, saying, "Precisely so. Elf." Junwoo's coercion was very effective. Xie Lian also discovered one thing: seemed not to want that person to discover the collapse of the heavenly capital. This made him want to know even more who the person about to arrive truly was. After 2 incense burns before the great martial hall, a few figures finally appeared. One only saw a female official in blue robes riding on a large black ox, a sword at her back, slowly approaching, followed by several farmers of varying heights and builds. It turned out to be Yu Shi. Xie Lian was slightly surprised. According to Junwoo's style of conduct, if discovered, he would slay any god or Buddha who stood in his way, imprisoning whoever came. But why did he show apprehension towards Yu Shi? This could not be known for now. As soon as she entered the great martial hall, Yu Shi lightly nodded towards the two of them. "Crown Prince, Emperor, long time no see, are you both well?" Xie Lian pretended that nothing was amiss and reciprocated, saying, "Great Master Yu Shi." On his face, he was courteous, as tranquil as still water, but in his heart, he pondered how he could inform Yu Shi of the true situation of the heavenly capital. Junwoo, Yu Shi has not been to the heavenly capital for a long time. Yu Shi, however, answered obliquely, saying the heavenly capital's lockdown is truly strict. This remark seemed somewhat strange. Junwoo said, "It is simply helpless. Ever since the incident of Heishui, the Middle Heavenly Court has captured over 50 fake heavenly officials. This matter cannot but cause concern. Who knows if he still has any pawns left in the Upper Heavenly Court?" Yu Shi said, "So that's how it is." The two talked simply for a moment. Xie Lian only now discovered that Junwoo's words, whether true or false, were utterly impregnable, without a single flaw, extremely formidable. He had the intention to warn her, but firstly, he feared being discovered by Junwoo, who would then turn his blade upon the other heavenly officials. Secondly, he also feared implicating Yu Shi, who was oblivious and thus was bound hand and foot. Yu Shi also seemed to have fundamentally noticed nothing unusual, only asking if there was anything she needed her help with. "Junwoo, for now there isn't. However, after the investigation is complete, I fear there will be quite a few. Yu Shi said in that case. For now I shall temporarily remain in the heavenly capital, awaiting your summons. Junwoo continued to smile. One could not discern what he was truly thinking, but at this point, he still did not expose his facade, saying very well. You have been away from the heavenly capital for many years. Take this opportunity to carefully reacquaint yourself. Yu Shi Manor has also been vacant for many years. Yu Shi nodded, slowly withdrawing. Xie Lian knew in his heart that after she withdrew, she would be monitored, and felt a pang of concern. Suddenly Yu Shi turned back. Crown Prince. Xie Lian was surprised in his heart. Great Master do you have any instructions? Could it be that she had finally discovered something amiss? Yu Shi, however, said it's not an instruction. Having been away from the heavenly capital for many years, I brought up some gifts, intending to give you a few items. Would you like to receive them? Xie Lian had not expected this matter, and found himself between laughter and tears, saying, Oh, thank you. Junwoo surprisingly did not object. He merely smiled and allowed Yu Shi's attendants to enter the martial god hall, saying, Xianlu, Great Master Yu Shi wishes to present you with gifts. Why do you not quickly accept them? Oh. He spoke as if Xie Lian were a naive child needing guidance, like a guest arriving at home, bringing gifts for children, and the elder then tells the child to come out and receive them and offer thanks. Xie Lian felt helpless. A farmer walked forward holding a tightly wrapped package of unknown contents, handing it to him. Xie Lian casually offered a few words of thanks, accepted it distractedly. Suddenly his expression changed, vaguely feeling something unusual. He had his back to Junwoo. Junwoo should not have seen his expression, but still asked, what kind of gift is it? Yu Shi watched him receive the gift, clasped her hands, smiled and said, it's nothing valuable, just some cultivated produce. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave first. Junwoo said, retreat. Therefore Yu Shi set down the black buffalo, brought along her attendant, and slowly made her way to the Yu Shi Manor in Xianjing, which had been vacant for many years. Xie Lian tucked that gift into his bosom, and was about to depart, when Junwoo spoke again. Stop. Xie Lian indeed stopped, his feet seemingly restrained. Junwoo then said, return. Xie Lian retreated back into the great martial hall, turning to look at him. Junwoo stepped down from his throne, took away the pouch he was clutching tightly in his hand, and only then said, you may return. He was indeed suspicious, directly taking Yu Shi's gift. Xie Lian glanced at him without uttering a sound, returned to Xianlu Palace. Upon returning to Xianlu Palace, Xie Lian was restless, pacing back and forth within the palace. After an unknown period of time, suddenly he heard a clear voice say, Crown Prince, Your Highness? Xie Lian turned around only to see a youth in tattered clothes, his head bound with a scarf, who had at some unknown point leaped onto the window frame, sitting there smiling mischievously at him. Xie Lian rejoiced, hurrying 2 steps forward, but then suddenly remembered this youth had just called him Crown Prince, Your Highness, so he halted his steps, uncertainly saying, You are San Lang? The youth laughed heartily, leaped down from the window and pulled off his headscarf. His black hair cascaded down, only to be leisurely tied up by him, revealing a pale, handsome face, completely distinct beneath the black hair. It was indeed the face Xie Lian was intimately familiar with. Hua Cheng lightly tossed aside his headscarf, sighing, Gidge, Gidge, at this moment, to meet you is truly as difficult as ascending to heaven. Just now in the great martial hall, when Xie Lian received Yu Shi's gift, he truly sensed something unusual. However, that unusualness did not come from the gift itself, but from the person who presented the gift. The moment he received it, he felt the other party gently squeeze his hand. One must admit, this action was a little flirtatious. If a young lady had done it, it would have been a deliberate impertinence. At that moment Xie Lian blinked, showing no expression, and with an unmoving face, he looked up. Standing opposite him was a tall and slender youth. Though that youth was dressed like a farmer, his clothes patched and muddy, his head bound with a scarf, his appearance was exceptionally handsome, and a light flickered in his eyes. However, this spiritual light only briefly appeared when the two of them looked at each other. Once Xie Lian blinked, the youth reverted to his shy, naive demeanor, bowing his head and retreating. Now that Hua Cheng had found Xianlu Palace, he had naturally dealt with the surveillance around it. The moment he saw him arrive, Xie Lian immediately felt utterly reassured, and no longer needed to fret. Seeing Sanlang brought peace of mind. Volume 5 Chapter 214. Before Hua Cheng could even approach, Xie Lian suddenly lunged forward. He lunged only forward yet with great force. Hua Cheng, however, was not made to retreat even 3 steps by him. There was not even a slight tremor in his body. He merely placed both hands on Xie Lian's back, chuckling softly without speaking. Xie Lian in his joy suddenly remembered something, and hastily said, "Wait a moment, San Lang. Emperor Junwu is somewhat wary of you. You were supposed to remain in the imperial city to guard the human formation. He must have sent people down below to supervise. If you just disappear like this, aren't you afraid he'll realize it? Moreover, with only Feng Darren guarding the formation alone, might there be some problem?" Hua Cheng replied, "Don't worry, Gij, this has been handled well. For now, no flaws will be revealed." Xie Lian roughly guessed that he must have blocked the eyes and ears Junwu sent, or perhaps left a fake skin behind below, and also did not press to ask how it was handled. At this moment Hua Cheng calmly said, "It seems Gij truly missed me so much that he became nervous." Xie Lian remembered having communicated wildly and erratically through the spiritual array, right in front of Junwu earlier, and then realized he was still holding on to the other party in a tight embrace. He hastily let go, stood straight and said solemnly, You said you needed an assistant. It turns out it was Yu Darren." Hua Cheng chuckled, saying, "Indeed, Yu has been in the lower realm for many years. It just so happened that Mount Yu opened, causing a disturbance. Her return to the upper heaven court for inspection at this time is also in line with common sense. And if Junwu did not allow her to come, or failed to provide a reasonable excuse, Yu would naturally find it strange. Therefore he could, of course, only let Yu ascend. Gij, it's alright, you can continue to cling to me as you did just now, I don't mind." Xie Lian lightly coughed, saying, "Thank you, no, that's not right. But why did he not touch Yu?" Hua Cheng said, "Gij, there's something you don't know. Yu is the chief agricultural god official. This god official, though the position appears mundane and offers little fame or profit, and thus no one is interested in taking it up, is nevertheless very special. Currently, only Yu Huang is such a chief agricultural god official." Talian pondered, thinking through the key points within. Hua Cheng continued, saying, "If Wu were to be directly killed by chance, if no better person could be found to take on this divine official position to oversee agricultural matters, the people take food as their heaven. If farming matters were not smooth, the world would fall into great chaos. If you do not give people food, people will not give you food. The people of the world, besides being dissatisfied with Wu might also be dissatisfied with that great official above Wu. In other words, it is not impossible for the fire to burn onto him. If not properly controlled, it could, on the contrary, cause the entire heaven realm to fall into turmoil. That is to say, demolishing his temples, toppling his divine statues, just like the people of Xianla Kingdom in the past." Hua Cheng then said, "Moreover, Wu does not establish temples, does not often reside in Xianjing, has no ambition to climb high, and possesses no weakness. From the outside, it is very difficult for him to find a suitable reason to depose Wu making it inconvenient to act from the inside. By letting Wu continue to manage agriculture, his own position becomes stable. Therefore, if he can avoid revealing the truth, he will avoid revealing the truth. For now, temporarily conceal it. Only if it cannot be concealed will he speak of it." Talian wiped his sweat, saying, "So that's how it is. Truly dangerous, truly dangerous. For Senior Wu to come and help is truly like sending charcoal to warm one on a snowy day. I hope she performs well. Oh right, we must first go find the state preceptor. There are many matters that we must ask him about to truly understand." The two did not delay, quickly slipping out of Xianlu Palace. Just as they exited the threshold, Talian was slightly startled by the row of guards standing watch at the gate, and was about to let Rui knock them unconscious, when he discovered that each of these guards was like a wooden puppet. Not only their postures, but even their expressions remained unchanged. They had, in fact, already been frozen in place by Hua Cheng. Walking along the street, wherever they went, silver light flashed from Hua Cheng's gauntlet, transforming into silver butterflies, which gradually faded, disappearing into the air. Surely by now, he had already scattered hundreds and thousands of purple spirit butterflies throughout Xianjing. Along the way they moved high and low, appearing and disappearing, perfectly avoiding all patrolling guards. Hiding in an alley, watching a line of patrolling guards pass by, Hua Chang beside Ta Lian said after this section, "The next section we go via the rooftops." Ta Lian nodded, following him as they leaped onto a rooftop. The two, one in front and one behind, crossed rooftops and scaled walls, leaving no trace. A moment later, Ta Lian jumped down onto an eave, suddenly froze, turned his head to look at Hua Chang, as if deep in thought. Seeing him stop, Hua Chang also stopped, saying, "What is it? Have you discovered something?" Ta Lian frowned slightly, shook his head and pondered aloud, "No. It's just that I feel this situation is like somewhere." Before his words were finished, Hua Chang suddenly shielded him. The next moment the two of them simultaneously fell downwards from the eve. Ta Lian only felt the world suddenly spin. Topsy-turvy, his wide-brimmed hat slid from his back, about to fall to the ground, then looped up, gently flying back. It was Hua Chang embracing him, the two of them together hanging upside down beneath the eve where they had just stood. And on the eve something clattered quickly crawled past. Ta Lian was not unfamiliar with that sound. It was the crawling sound of the fetus spirit. He did not know if it was brazenly patrolling Xianjing or doing something else. At this moment, another voice drifted up from below. Jian Lan. Ta Lian secretly cried out, "This is not good." The fetus spirit was still on the eve, and Jian Lan was approaching from below. How could they not be discovered? Ta Lian was also not sure how Jian Lan would ultimately react, whether she would recall Hua Chang's life-saving grace or still cry out loudly for people to come. Up above, the chaotic footsteps grew closer and closer. He could see the person about to arrive. Thank heavens, at this very moment, the fetus spirit finally jumped down from the other side of the eve. The two immediately turned themselves around. Ta Lian let out a soft sigh of relief. Jian Lan emerged almost halfway from behind a corner wall. Seeing her child jump to the ground, she also let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Tutu, you shouldn't run around wildly. This place is strange, both odd and frightening. If you run off, your mother won't know where to find you. Why did you come here?" She casually glanced over, saw the horizontal plaque of this great hall, and took 2 steps back. Seeing her reaction, Ta Lian then remembered that the golden hall beneath their feet seemed to be Nanyang Palace. In other words, Feng Xian was currently imprisoned. Inside. Jian Lan must also have known this point. Her face twitched slightly, and after a long moment, she bowed her head to admonish the fetus spirit, scolding, "What are you doing running to this place?" The fetus spirit was, moreover, holding something thick, plump and white, making a crunch sound, seemingly gnawing on it. Jian Lan then asked, "What is that? What are you eating? Spit it out quickly." Ta Lian focused his gaze, discovering it was a large white radish, leaving him between laughter and tears. Without her needing to speak, the fetus spirit evidently also felt the taste was not good. It humphed fiercely twice, spat out the radish, and shrieked incessantly, seemingly annoyed. Jian Lan quickly went to pick it up, coaxing, all right, good to, if something cannot be eaten, then there's no need to eat it. Only poor children and a few foolish gods of wealth like to eat this. We don't eat it." Only a biological mother could hug such a terrifyingly grotesque thing into her arms, and comfort it so tenderly. The fetal spirit in her arms squirmed, that whitish thing, emitting satisfied gurgling sounds. Xie Lian watched this scene, couldn't help but feel pity, but also found it strange. How could there be such a large radish in the heavenly capital? Hua Chang furrowed his brows, saying, "Gidge, have you forgotten? You sure brought you some cultivated produce. It turned out this was the gift you sure gave him." Xie Lian tried to imagine what kind of expression Jun Wu would have after opening that wooden box and seeing a large white radish inside. He only felt he couldn't imagine it. His attempt failed. It seemed Jun Wu, after inspecting it and discovering it wasn't anything suspicious, casually tossed the radish to the fetal spirit, just like tossing it to a dog to eat. At first, the fetal spirit spat out what was in its mouth, and then even disdainfully used its feet to kick that radish away. According to Jian Lan, it seemed to reconsider, jumped down from its mother's arms, nimbly took the enormous white radish into its mouth, and cleverly entered the hall. If one didn't look closely, it truly was smooth and shiny, resembling a hairless white dog. Jian Lan said, "Don't go in. That place is. Guarding in front of Nanyang Hall, the guards had probably been informed by Junwoo that this fetal spirit was his pet or hunting dog. They stared without averting their gaze and did not stop it. Helplessly, Jianlan had no choice but to follow it in. That fetal spirit in Feng Xian seemed to harbor deep hatred. Xie Lian worried it might cause harm to Feng Xian, and turned his head to say Sanlang. On his fingertip, a translucent butterfly rested. Hua Chang said a ghostly butterfly has attached itself to her. Xie Lian nodded his head. The two of them together observed the situation inside Nanyang Hall, only to see Jianlan hunched over like a cat, tiptoeing into the hall, seemingly not wanting to be discovered by others, softly calling, Jituatu. However, not being discovered was impossible. The fetal spirit skipped and hopped into the main hall, where a person was meditating. He opened his eyes, immediately faced her, and both people simultaneously froze. Feng Xian was at first stunned, then delighted. He stood up and said, Jianlan, why have you come here? Are you all right? You've come at a perfect time, help me. At this moment, the fetal spirit suddenly cried out Wawa loudly, jumped between the two people, spat the radish onto the ground, then powerfully kicked it with its hind leg. That radish, having been gnawed a few times by it, flew up and hit Feng Xin's face, emitting a really loud thump sound. Afterwards, it even swaggered proudly, roared and screamed, laughed sinisterly, as if waiting for its mother to praise it. Feng Xian was truly almost knocked out by this thing. A stream of nosebleed immediately flowed down. He wiped it away and angrily said, What are you doing? Behave yourself. He was fierce. The fetal spirit was even fiercer, screaming at him, sticking out its tongue. Feng Xian took a step forward. Going to grab it, it opened its big mouth like a basin of blood and bit his arm, and would not let go no matter what. This familiar scene was both terrifying and amusing. Feng Xian furiously couldn't pull it off. Infuriated, he said, Damn it. It really is a damn thing. Do you want a beating? What kind of ghost thing is this? Jianlan also regained her composure, saying, Stop it. What right do you have to hit it or scold it? Feng Xian, yelled at by her on the contrary, was stunned for a moment, his momentum reduced by half. He explained it. It takes an enemy as its father. How could it be with Junwoo? How did it turn into this form? Jianlan scolded, How could it be like this? Isn't it because of you? Not raising and not teaching is the father's fault. If you weren't unfit to be a father, would your child not have been dug out of its mother's womb and turned into this kind of thing? What ghost? You gave birth to a ghost. She cursed a sentence. Feng Xian stepped back. His voice also became half as quiet. He said, But I basically didn't know. And earlier it was you who chased me away. Jianlan said, Ha. I let you go, I set you free. Every day you displayed a sullen, heavy, deathly face in front of this old woman sleeping beside you, still didn't know what you were thinking in your heart. You wanted to serve your crown prince, and also had to raise money to redeem me, utterly exhausted and worn out, both tired and troublesome. You didn't have the intention to flick your sleeves and leave, so I simply sent you on your way. Feng Xian said, I was very tired then. But I didn't find you troublesome. I wanted to redeem you. Jianlan poked his chest, saying, Oh, come on. Redeem, you yourself know clearly in your heart with your ability at that time, ultimately you wouldn't be able to redeem this old woman. Every day you wished you could split yourself in two. Every day standing on the streets performing arts and still wanting to show filial piety to your crown prince's emperor father. It was already good enough that I didn't demand alimony, rely on you to redeem me? What year and month would that be? Feng Xian said, You didn't say that from the beginning. We clearly both made promises. What I once said I would definitely fulfill. Jianlan interrupted him, Forget about swearing eternal vows, but just think a moment. What did you give me? What could you give me? Besides the golden belt, what else could you bring out? That golden belt, you couldn't even sell it 100 times over. Feng Xian, emotionally poked by her, stepped back. His complexion was stiff and awkward. The more Jianlan spoke, the angrier she became. Is it still that amulet? I must have had my mind muddled by pig fat to believe that dog's charity amulet of yours could bless people. If there's no good luck, then fine, but it's even full of bad luck. Your money grew less and less, your temper grew more and more. If I didn't let you go, what else could I do? Just suffer to death with you like that. Endure until you started complaining about me, hating me, annoying me, not wanting to see me anymore. Not only Feng Xian, Even at this moment in Nanyang Palace, Xie Lian also did not know what to say. So that's how it was. Xie Lian remembered many things. At that time, the image of Feng Xian leaving early and returning late, his face full of fatigue, the image of Feng Xian high-spirited, yet inexplicably sorrowful, and also the image of a struggling Feng Xian seeking Xie Lian to borrow money. The initial small abnormalities suddenly were all explained. Feng Xian was Xie Lian's attendant, his good friend but not dependent on him. He could have initially had his own home, his own relatives, could have met these people, but yet tried to remain by Xie Lian's side during the first banishment, when they encountered the most difficulties during that period of time. At that time, Xie Lian himself could barely ensure his own well-being. How could he notice these things? He was tormented. Feng Xian also was tormented. Everyone was tormented. Enduring until the very end, the two finally could not continue any longer. Perhaps Xie Lian had long ago foreseen this consequence. However, even at that time, Feng Xian still tried his best to support him. He even gave the amulet no one wanted to Xie Lian, telling her this item could bless good fortune, which was why Xie Lian was able to carefully put it away, placing it inside the clothes of the unborn child. Of course, it was eventually proven that amulet basically did not give them any good fortune. Xie Lian seemed to realize she had said things she shouldn't have, then hugged the fetus spirit on the ground, wanting to leave. Feng Xian cried out, "Xie Lian!" He scratched his hair, and on his face was a rare sigh. Feng Xian said, You return. I still am. I feel that I want to take care of the two of you. I will certainly take care of the two of you. I have responsibility, I promise you." Xie Lian turned around, calmly looked at him for a moment, holding the fetus spirit tightly in her arms, and softly said, "No need. I know you despise this child in your eyes, it is a monstrous thing. It's alright, I don't dislike it." Feng Xian finally regained his composure and retorted, "I do not despise it." Xie Lian said, "Then why are you so fierce towards it every time? Can you truly consider it your own son?" Feng Xian said, "As long as it can change for the better, why can't I?" Xie Lian coldly laughed and said, "Then I ask you again. You are a heavenly official, do you dare to accept it?" Feng Xian was slightly startled. This was natural. The fetus spirit leaned in its mother's arms, baring its fangs and glaring at him, like an ugly venomous insect, and also like an incomplete young beast. It was precisely not human-like. Which heavenly official would dare to accept this situation? To accept this monstrous thing as his own flesh and blood son? This absolutely would be a great blemish, believers. Incense offerings, reputation, all would be damaged. Feng Xian was startled, pondered for a moment, and then knew the answer himself. He was about to answer when suddenly Xie Lian coldly laughed, saying, "Forget it, you don't need to answer. Right now, you yourself are a prisoner whether you recognize it or not. It's just empty words, I don't believe a single word. Don't speak anymore. Even if you wish to understand, I will not let you understand." The fetus spirit, tucked in her elbow, turned towards Feng Tin, letting out a giggle like a normal adult. Kim Lan gave its bottom a fierce pat, roaring, "What else do you want to do, monstrous general? You mustn't run around wildly, you'll bother me to death." That fetus spirit, its small ugly face wearing a knowing expression, finally honestly reined itself in. The mother and child duo hurriedly exited Nanyang Palace, Feng Tin behind them helplessly calling out, "Kim Lan! Kim Lan!" Finally, Nanyang Palace was left with only him alone. Feng Tin collapsed in despair, sinking to a sitting position, glaring towards the turnip marred with strange teeth marks. After a long while, he used his right hand to cover his forehead, lying still on the ground, no longer possessing the strength even to curse others. From above Nanyang Palace, Xie Lian also sighed. Suddenly Hua Cheng spoke. "Gage, do you still remember on the night at Mount Yu Jun that fetus spirit also appeared?" Xie Lian understood that he was deliberately changing the subject, and cooperated accordingly. Moreover, the matter of that fetus spirit also appearing at Mount Yu Jun was truly very strange. "I remember clearly. At that time I was sitting on the bridal sedan chair, and it sang a children's rhyme telling me how to find the ghost bride, who was Xianji. Moreover, it didn't let others hear, only speaking to me privately. I don't know for what reason." Hua Ing said perhaps Jun Wu had laid out a scheme. Xie Lian agreed that riddle was precisely Jun Wu's objective. As for it, why it became an evil spirit, serving as Jun Wu's subordinate, This, I'm afraid, only Guosher can explain. Hua Cheng said, then let's go ask immediately. Let me tell Gage some good news. The ethereal butterflies have found the place where Guosher is imprisoned. Xie Lian was suddenly startled. Where? Lingwen Palace. Inside the palace and outside the palace, it only lacked official documents piled up like mountains, with groups of civil officials going in and out. The rest had not changed at all from the past, and outside was a group of martial guards patrolling strictly. Silently, without a sound, they landed in a corner of the curved eaves. Xie Lian said, Guosher is imprisoned here? How does Lingwen oversee him? Hua Cheng replied, not bad. With the brocade immortal on her person, Lingwen currently is both a civil official and can also be considered a martial god. Observing with concentration for a moment, Xie Lian sighed, then it's truly troublesome. Although the brocade immortal was not their opponent, its cultivation was quite good anyway. It was certain that compared to the Xianjing guards patrolling the main road, it possessed a far deeper understanding. If Xie Lian and Hua Cheng were to casually sneak into Lingwen Palace like that, even if the brocade immortal couldn't defeat them in a fight, it would still undoubtedly detect them. And once the brocade immortal discovered them, naturally Lingwen would also be alerted. Xie Lian said, Lingwen and Junwu are certainly able to communicate spiritually at any moment. As long as Lingwen perceives, Junwu will also know immediately. Unless the brocade immortal is not on her person at that time, she would only be a civil official, certainly unable to trouble us. And if the brocade immortal is taken off, it would simply be a piece of clothing, no more no less, with no way to report to Junwu. First, we must think of a way to separate them. Hua Cheng then said, no need to think of a way, she will have to take off that robe sooner or later anyway. Without waiting for an explanation, Xie Lian immediately understood. The brocade immortal, after all, was not a good thing. Its malevolent energy was extremely alarming. Lingwen was not officially deposed, still considered a heavenly official. Wearing it on her person would greatly harm her body, and having to maintain a male form, it was feared that not many could endure such a depletion of spiritual power. Within a day she would have to take it off and rest for a period of time no matter what. The two people discussed in low voices. At this moment a black-robed person with crossed arms slowly walked out from Lingwen's main hall, instructing something to a series of guards, then entered the side hall. Only a moment later, another person came out from the side hall, once again entering the main hall. This person was indeed Lingwen. Before she entered the side hall, she was in a male form. When she came out, it was precisely her original form. Moreover, the black robe previously worn on her person was nowhere to be seen, and her gait was also not powerful. At first glance, one knew her inner power was not as profound as that male appearance. She had indeed taken off her clothes. The brocade immortal lay glaring right in the middle of the side hall. The two people glanced at each other. Hua Cheng said, they have now separated. Gige's luck isn't bad. Xie Lian also sighed out, glancing at him. Once it is Sanlang's luck, that is not bad. Hua Cheng smiled. Main hall or side hall? Thinking for a moment, Xie Lian replied, side hall it is. Now we still don't know what Lingwen is doing in the main hall. If she is guarding next to the Imperial Preceptor, it is fundamentally impossible to make things difficult for her. But if we can capture the brocade immortal first, perhaps we can still negotiate a way out. Therefore, the two people waited a bit more, taking advantage of the opportunity while the guards were talking, and in a blink of an eye, together they turned over, jumped down from the eaves and snuck into the side hall. As soon as they entered, Xie Lian immediately wiped away the layer of sweat on his forehead. No matter what, sneaking into the private hall of a female heavenly official was truly not a glorious or proper matter. However, after clearly seeing this hall, the feeling of shame also lessened a bit. Xie Lian's room before, compared to this place, was much more luxurious. Fengxin's was more cluttered. Muqing's was somewhat more notable. In summary, looking at it, it completely didn't resemble the private hall of a female heavenly official, thus it didn't create too much pressure. The items in the hall were sufficient, not too many, not too few. Fundamentally nothing could be hidden. Not long after, Xie Lian found a chest. As soon as he opened it, his complexion immediately darkened. A gust of demonic evil qi blew straight into his face, and to top it off, the chest was also filled with identical black robes. This again. Last time it was exactly the same, having to find the true brocade immortal among hundreds of clothes of all styles, Searching to the point of chickens flying and dogs barking was truly a nightmare. This time it wasn't that many, only over 10 sets. The only problem was that every set was imbued with indistinguishable evil chi. It was impossible to say exactly which one was real. Is the true brocade immortal really in here? Xie Lian's head ached and he said, San Lang, what is Junwu currently doing? Do we have enough time? Hua Chong had been closely monitoring everywhere. Hearing him ask, he slowly replied, Gidge, rest assured we have enough time. Junwu still hasn't discovered that you ran away. He is still at the Martial God Hall interrogating Mu Qing. Surely the interrogation will take a long time. Hearing that, Xie Lian was stunned. Mu Qing? He is interrogating Mu Qing? Interrogating about what? Hua Chong said, the spiritual butterflies cannot enter the Martial God Hall. I cannot hear clearly. But if Gidge wants to know. His gaze turned towards Xie Lian. It certainly won't be good news. Xie Lian recalled the way Junwu had treated Inu, feeling slightly uneasy in his heart. But worrying was not what should be done now. He resolutely said, first we need to seize the time. I will go and try on each outfit one by one. Zanlang, give me a command. If the brocade immortal is not worn by someone who discovers its identity, or if it's not worn voluntarily to protect one's life, it can be freely worn and taken off. But if that person is requested by someone else to wear it, and moreover a command is given, they will immediately have to obey. Using this method will surely find the real item. It's just that there is a certain danger. Hua Chong said, let me do it. Xie Lian shook his head. San Lang, when you wear the brocade immortal, for some unknown reason you make it lose its power. Could it be that it becomes ineffective against a ghost king? We can only try it on me. After speaking, he immediately took off his clothes. His white robe fell to his feet. Hua Chong frowned, handed out a black robe, and said, then I will listen to Gidge. Xie Lian quickly put on that robe. Perfect, perfect. Ling Wen's black robes also didn't reveal the chest, nor reveal the waist, nor were they overly flowing and diverse, extremely neat and proper. Wearing it was also not too difficult. Xie Lian raised his head and said, all right, you can give me a command. Hua Chong used his right hand to support his left elbow, seeming to still ponder and wonder for a moment. In that case, Gidge, my command is. For a moment, Xie Lian waited for him to finish the other half of his sentence. Hua Chong smiled faintly. Brother, come and borrow spiritual power. Xie Lian naturally understood what he meant by borrow spiritual power, and his head almost steamed with smoke. He quickly pulled off the clothes, saying, This isn't it. Hua Chong said, oh, what a pity. This isn't it. Xie Lian's face grew serious. San Lang, that's not proper. You ought to be a little more serious and not make requests like these. Hua Chong humbly replied, I'm not serious enough? What kind of request? Can Gidge not explain a little more clearly? Xie Lian cleared his throat twice, then spoke with renewed seriousness. In short, don't make me borrow your spiritual power. Anything else is up to you. For example, moving some items, doing some miscellaneous tasks, all are at your discretion. Hua Chong raised an eyebrow. Everything else is up to me? Very well, I understand. With that said, he once again offered Xie Lian a set of clothes. Xie Lian quickly put it on, then raised his head to look towards Hua Chong. Hua Chong observed him with a composed gaze for a moment. He parted his lips in a smile. There's no need to borrow my spiritual power. What? How could that possibly still be the case? Xie Lian hastily moved to take off the robe. Very well. This isn't it either. Hua Chong swiftly intervened, stopping him. Wait, Gidge, who said this isn't it? You still haven't proven that it's not. There's no need to borrow my spiritual power. This was the command Hua Chong had issued. But if one wished to prove that the robe Xie Lian was currently wearing was not the brocade immortal, then one must not obey Hua Cheng's command. In other words, one must perform the exact opposite action. Borrow Hua Cheng's spiritual power. Round and round it went, all leading back to the original point. Seeing Hua Cheng's eagerly expectant expression, Xie Lian felt a chill. You are truly too cunning. This simply won't do. Hua Chong folded his arms and tilted his head slightly, speaking with eloquent reason. Why can it not be? Gidge, did you not say that, apart from making you borrow my spiritual power, any other request was mine to make? You disliked the previous request, so I merely presented a completely opposite one. How can that be called cunning? Is this not very practical? Xie Lian, indeed, found himself at a loss for words to counter, raising a finger for a moment. Oh heavens! I told you not to stir up trouble. Not daring to delay, he leaned up and gave a quick peck. Even though he knew perfectly well there was no one around after performing that action, he still glanced around front and back, as if wary of someone peeking. Hua Cheng's expression remained utterly unperturbed as he calmly stated, "Very well. This too is certainly not it." Xie Lian shed the black robe. This request should not be mentioned again. Hua Cheng brought the third outfit and handed it to him, smiling. All right. I will certainly follow Gige's wishes. Xie Lian reluctantly accepted, thinking to himself, I truly feel that Tamlang is becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. It's not a misconception, is it? He was still worried that Hua Cheng would make more mischievous demands, but after those 2 times, he indeed did not tease anymore. He stood up seriously, which made Xie Lian on the contrary feel strange. However, after trying on more than 10 outfits, Xie Lian did not obey even a single command. Could it be that the brocade immortal is truly not in here? No. Lingwen must have taken it off. Furthermore, a pile of clothes all covered in evil energy. It definitely must be here. Hua Cheng leaned against the railing, saying, Gige, it seems that the brocade immortal is not only ineffective against me, but has also become ineffective against you. Where exactly is the problem? Gige is truly cunning. Book 5 Chapter 216. Xie Lian spread all the black robes across the ground, searching blindly through them. In the end there was still no result. He had no choice but to put his white robe back on, turned to Hua Cheng and said, it's truly no good anymore. Seems we see and only take this entire chest of clothes with us. Hearing this, Hua Cheng chuckled slightly. Xie Lian had no other option, and he himself also felt that carrying more than 10 robes to threaten others was truly very funny. But since things had come to this point, there was no better solution. Who would have thought, just as he was stuffing all the messy clothes back into the chest, preparing to hoist it up, the doors of the Heavenly Palace Annex suddenly opened, and Lingwen, with a weary expression, walked in with her arms crossed. Lingwen had probably rested enough, returning, intending to put on the brocade immortal again. Who would have thought she would just happen to encounter 2 uninvited guests, brazenly intruding moreover, one with an innocent expression, the other utterly impassive, having nothing more to say. She immediately closed 2 fingers together, placing them on her temple. This was to communicate spiritually with Jun Wu. Hua Cheng acted much faster than her. His gaze swept across. The 2 doors of the Heavenly Palace Annex behind her quickly slammed shut. Lingwen's composure also suddenly faltered. She lowered her hand. Lord Hua Cheng, truly formidable. Xie Lian said, Tamlang, did you erect a barrier? Hua Cheng replied, erected a small one. The range only covers this Heavenly Palace Annex. Jun Wu could erect a barrier in the heavenly capital, separating those inside from the outside. Hua Cheng naturally could also erect a small barrier in the heavenly capital, preventing those inside from communicating spiritually to the outside. A small barrier nested within a large barrier. At this moment, the Heavenly Palace Annex had become a box within a box. However, this place was also within Jun Wu's domain, so he could not deploy too large a barrier, otherwise he would sense it. Xie Lian nodded, saying, Lingwen, I believe you can see that the brocade immortal is now in our hands. If you do not want it to be destroyed by ghost fire, quickly stop your thoughtless actions. Who would have thought? Lingwen, upon hearing this, laughed. She said, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, actually, the brocade immortal is precisely not in your hands. Originally, Xie Lian too harbored doubts on this point, yet he still voiced the most plausible hypothesis. Lingwen, you entered the annex and afterwards departed, not wearing it. I surmise the brocade immortal could not be anywhere else but within the annex. Lingwen, however, responded, Have you perhaps misunderstood something, Your Highness the Crown Prince? I merely stated that it was not in your hands, that it was not within that chest, but I never claimed it was not within the annex. Upon hearing this, a sudden possibility dawned on Xie Lian, and he tilted his head ever so slightly. Hua Cheng too must have realized it, for both their gazes simultaneously shifted towards the white robe Xie Lian was wearing. Lingwen confirmed, Indeed, your surmise is correct. Is presently being worn by Your Highness the Crown Prince. A moment ago, when Xie Lian had tried on each black robe, he had casually tossed his own original white one aside after checking them again, They had become inextricably intermingled. Unbeknownst to them at some point, the brocade immortal had shapeshifted into that very white robe, and Xie Lian had taken it and put it on. Xie Lian gazed down at the hem of his garment then. Where is my original robe? Hua Chang casually lifted the chest, tipping it for a moment, causing the black robes within to spill onto the ground. And there, beneath the lowest layer of 10 black garments, a white robe lay hidden, meticulously concealed. This then was Xie Lian's true outer robe. It went without saying that the brocade immortal had employed dark magic, taking advantage of their moments trying on each garment to pull Xie Lian's original outer robe into the chest, disguising itself to take its place, and thus found itself worn by Xie Lian. Xie Lian displayed no alarm, only a touch of vexation. This is truly too cunning, isn't it? It was, after all, merely a garment. Moreover, wasn't it widely believed that the brocade immortal was not inherently intelligent? However, it was not difficult to surmise that this must be the method Ling Wen had devised for it. Indeed, Ling Wen readily admitted this stratagem is precisely what I taught it. I never imagined it would one day be put to use. Thus, at present it also signifies Hat I am the one who caused your highness the crown prince to don the brocade immortal. If this robe had been given to Xie Lian by Hua Chang, and Xie Lian had worn it, then the true master would have been Hua Chang. But if the brocade immortal had acted according to Ling Wen's scheme, deceiving him into wearing it, it also signified that the master once again became Ling Wen. In other words, Xie Lian was now compelled to follow Ling Wen, to heed her every word, and to obey every single command she issued. Xie Lian spoke. Ling Wen, has it never occurred to you that the brocade immortal might prove ineffectual against me? Ling Wen smiled. One dare not speak until it has been tested. Your Highness the Crown Prince, from this moment forth, you are forbidden from attacking me. If you have received this command, then nod your head. Xie Lian had in truth no intention of nodding. Yet, to his astonishment, after Ling Wen uttered those words, before he could even react, he found himself nodding uncontrollably. Why did it work? Only moments ago, when Hua Chang had issued a command, it had clearly been without effect. Could it be that its inefficacy applied solely to commands issued by Hua Chang? Thus the situation was reversed. Xie Lian remained unmoving, and Hua Chang too did not stir. The two merely exchanged glances, their composure utterly profound. Ling Wen too maintained her composure, and spoke. In that case, I now invite City Lord Hua to dismantle the barrier around this annex. Xie Lian immediately interjected. San Lang, do not open it. Ling Wen stated, Your Highness the Crown Prince, are you truly certain? I can issue any command to you, you understand. Hua Chang remained silently unmoving. Xie Lian mused inwardly, I have no means to touch Ling Wen, but others are not similarly constrained. So long as San Lang seizes her, rendering her incapable of issuing commands, the problem will swiftly be resolved. Ling Wen, however, proved remarkably perceptive, divining their true intentions. She then spoke. City Lord Hua, I would advise you not to squander your efforts contemplating ways to control me. Your Highness the Crown Prince, listen closely. If City Lord Hua attacks me, or undertakes any action detrimental to me, you shall in turn attack him. By that method she had thwarted all their schemes. Ling Wen said, Very well, City Lord Hua, open the barrier. I still have many things to do. Ling Wen Hall has a mountain of files, all yet to be processed. Let us swiftly and neatly resolve this matter. Hua Chang smiled ever so slightly. Immediately after, Ling Wen's eyes widened. She seemed to open her mouth, yet could not utter a sound. If someone were standing behind her at that moment, they would discover a violet spiritual butterfly, its silver wings gently trembling, perched at the back of her neck. It was this very thing that rendered her unable to move, her mouth unable to speak. Hua Chang crossed his arms, revealing a fake smile. Devo. Idea of sincerity. He slowly, leisurely said, If I wish to control someone, could it be that I cannot devise a clever method? Ling Wen was speechless, but her gaze clearly conveyed her meaning. City Lord Hua, have you forgotten what command I just issued to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Immediately, the brocade immortal took effect. Xie Lian suddenly spun around, striking a palm towards Hua Chang, who knew how long after. Xie Lian finally blinked, his eyes clear. Recovering his consciousness, San Lang. Hua Chang stood before him, a hand still pressed against his chest. It was indeed Xie Lian's hand. Hua Cheng fundamentally did not dodge, he simply stood still, watching Xie Lian strike a palm directly into his chest. Before Xie Lian could even react, Hua Cheng had already grasped his wrist tightly, saying in a low voice, "Very good. The attack is complete, the command has expired." Indeed, once Xie Lian had delivered the blow, he felt his body loosen, and his physical autonomy was restored. Hua Cheng clearly understood the way to lift Ling Wen's command, thus he stood still, not avoiding but fully receiving the palm strike. No longer under the imposed command, Xie Lian immediately withdrew his hand, his expression changing. After a long moment he finally said, "San Lang, are you injured?" He carefully scrutinized Hua Cheng's complexion. Because Hua Cheng was not a living person, his face, which saw no sunlight year-round, was ashen white as snow, making it nearly impossible to discern any change. Moreover, his tone seemed to further prove nothing was amiss, as he smiled and said, "Gidge is truly formidable. That palm strike just now was quite beautiful." Xie Lian's expression worsened, as if he had been scared to death by him, and he said with extreme seriousness, "I am not joking with you. For that palm strike, I used 70% of my strength. Are you truly unharmed?" When Ling Wen issued the command, she used the word attack. Yet Xie Lian, when normally engaging others in combat, had never before harbored the intention to attack. He usually only protected himself or suppressed his opponent. Once he truly had the purpose of attacking, what state the opponent would be in after being struck, he dared not even imagine. Hua Cheng slowly said, "I am not joking. Gidge is truly formidable. If it weren't for you carrying these two things on your person, it's not certain that Junwu would even be your match." Xie Lian reflexively rubbed his neck, and upon touching the cursed shackle, immediately let go. At this moment Hua Cheng spoke again, "Gidge, I have a question for you." Xie Lian looked blank. "What is it?" Hua Cheng said, "You once had the opportunity to remove the cursed shackle. Why do you insist on keeping it, thus binding yourself?" Ta Lian did not think that he would ask this, slightly startled for a moment. "It is to remind myself of some things, that's all." Immediately after, he continued, "Tam Lang, you don't need to change the object. What kind of bad habit is this? In the situation just now, you only needed to restrain me, so why did you insist on taking a palm strike?" Hua Cheng tilted his head. "Gidge, you also know this is a bad habit, don't you? If we're talking about who likes to be hit more, you should examine yourself before scolding me." Ta Lian said, "Is that so?" After asking, he immediately felt guilty. He then recalled the time he fought the fetus spirit underwater, where he almost swallowed his sword, and Hua Cheng happened to catch him. Hua Cheng raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? If accepting all harm oneself can resolve a problem, then there is no need to seek other methods. This is precisely how you spoiled me." Ta Lian waved his hand and said, "Tam Lang, no more words. Let us first examine this robe." Ta Lian tugged at the lapel. Truly there was no way. Finding the brocade immortal was good, but now how to take it off? He had to think of another method. The clothes worn on his body, surely there was no way to burn them, lest it even turn Ta Lian into ashes along with them. Ta Lian sighed, "Then let us just leave it on. Anyway, it cannot suck my blood, and Ling Wen also cannot issue binding commands anymore." A wisp of smoke blew past. Ling Wen, who was standing in front, suddenly transformed into a blue roly-poly toy, with an extremely dignified appearance, holding what seemed like a stack of files in its hands. Ta Lian picked it up and tucked it into his chest. The two left the side and entered the main hall. It was not an illusion. Ling Wen's main hall seemed much gloomier than before, with high stacks of official documents on all sides, appearing as if they could topple down and crush people at any moment. They did not encounter any guards, and thus proceeded straight into the deepest part, where they came upon a red door. Before they even got close, Ta Lian heard a shocked, trembling voice coming from behind the door. How could this be? How could this possibly be? It was the Imperial Preceptor. Could it be that someone had already arrived ahead of them? Ta Lian immediately kicked open the door, and lightly shouted, "Let go!" Inside the room, as expected, there was not only the Imperial Preceptor alone. Seeing the door kicked open, they all simultaneously turned to look. The Imperial Preceptor's face had not yet lessened its shock. "Your Royal Highness?" The Imperial Preceptor had just looked up for a moment, then immediately lowered his head again, saying, "You just wait a moment. Why is it like this? What kind of luck is this?" Lian and Huacheng both had no words to retort. Inside the room, the imperial preceptor and 3 others sat around a table, radiating an awe-inspiring aura, engrossed in playing cards. More specifically, those 3 people were not living beings, they were all casually made paper figures, animated by some unknown ghostly art, allowing them to move and sit playing cards. And the exclamation the imperial receptor had just uttered was precisely because he had just drawn a card, unable to help but complain. Lian had originally thought that Kwok Su, being interrogated inside, would surely appear haggard and worn. He had not expected to find him leisurely sitting and playing cards, a sight that truly left him dumbfounded and amused, yet one he found undeniably familiar. How could it not be familiar indeed? Back then, when he and Fong Tin cultivated the Tao at Huangji Guan, every single time he went to seek Kwok Su, he would find him sitting there playing cards, always playing cards. 800 years had since passed, yet now to see him playing cards once more was like a scene replayed from only yesterday. Even the fervent expression on Kwok Su's face was an exact replica. He gazed at the stack of cards in his hand, unblinking, not even bothering to turn his head as he spoke. "Your Highness, you have finally arrived. But wait for me to finish this round, then we shall speak." Lian knew that the moment he sat at a table, his old ailment would relapse. This current demeanor, compared to his usual solemn mien at the Shunwu Hall, truly made him seem like 2 entirely different people. Having no other choice, he walked over and pulled him from the table. "Master, look at the time, please don't play any longer." Kwok Su, his eyes a deep crimson, roared, "No, absolutely not. Wait for me to finish playing. Just this one last round. This last round is all I need. Look, see me play a few more turns, who knows, I might win big." Lian sighed. "You will not win, truly you will not win." Fortunately, that one round did indeed conclude very swiftly. Though Kwok Su had confidently asserted he would win, in reality, he still could not prevail. With a wave of his hand, he collected 3 paper figures, and Kwok Su finally returned to his customary calm. He sat up properly, and in a deep voice said, "Your Highness, I knew you would surely come. I have always been waiting for you." Lian thought to himself, "I certainly fail to see how you resemble someone who has always been waiting for me." However, before he could utter a word, the revered elder had already seen through his thoughts. Kwok Su spoke again, "I know that within your heart, you undoubtedly harbor many suspicions." Huacheng stood to one side, casually leaning against the doorframe, keeping watch outside. Lian sat properly before Kwok Su and admitted, "Indeed." He paused for a moment, then continued, "First, I wish to confirm, is Junwu truly by Wu Xiang, and also Crown Prince Wu Rong?" Kwok Su replied, "There is no need to doubt, he is precisely that person." Lian asked, "Crown Prince Wu Rong and I originally had no connection, did we? Are we entirely 2 different individuals?" Kwok Su answered, "You and Crown Prince Wu Rong share only one single connection. He destroyed your country, Xianlu." Lian said in a low voice, "Kwok Su, you yourself once told me that you did not know what by Wu Xiang was, but you believed his appearance was due to me." Kwok Su said, "Your Highness, at that time I truly did not know what that was. By the time I discovered it, it was already too late. Furthermore, my saying that his appearance was due to you, this is also not entirely mistaken." Lian frowned. "What does that mean? Moreover, it remains this very question, why did he wish to destroy the nation of Xianlu?" Kwok Su gazed intently at him. "Because of a single sentence you uttered." Lian was startled. "A sentence of mine? What did I say?" Kwok Su emphasized each word. "Body in the boundless abyss, heart in the peach blossom spring." For a long moment he said nothing. Xie Lian could not imagine. "Is it really so?" Guesher replied, "It is truly so." Xie Lian said, "Again, it is because of these words? What problem is there in speaking thus?" Guesher spoke in a low voice, "The problem is too great. All things that have happened, all began from this remark of yours." Xie Lian felt slightly bewildered, certain that he would not be able to fully comprehend what Guesher was about to say. He intended to call Huacheng, but before he could call, Huacheng had already walked over to sit beside him. Guesher said, "You must have seen the murals on Mount Tonglu." Xie Lian nodded. "I have seen them. Were those murals drawn by you?" Guesher said, "Indeed it was I. Every time Mount Tonglu opened, I would infiltrate it, on one hand wanting to prevent a ghost king from emerging, and on the other hand wanting to find a way to pass on clues to those who came after, so they would know about Wu Yong Kingdom, and Crown Prince Wu Yong. Xie Lian focused his attention. Why did you not speak directly, but instead had to use such an obscure method? Guesher said, Your Highness, why do you think no one on this earth knows about Wu Yong Kingdom anymore? Xie Lian had not yet replied. When Huacheng spoke, all those who knew were all slaughtered by him, correct? Guesher said, That is right. If the clues appeared too obvious or were directly spread through propaganda, not only would I face danger and my identity be exposed, but all those who knew the truth would also perish, leaving not a single soul. No matter how many people, even if it amounted to an entire city, he could, within 3 days, smash this city to pieces, leveling it to nothing but flat ground. You must know I am not joking. Xie Lian naturally knew. The irony was that he had once felt fortunate that Jun Wu had become a god rather than falling into the path of a ghost. Otherwise, this world would be in great chaos. Guesher said, Therefore, I cannot let him feel that there are still people in the world who know about this matter. But besides me, there is no one else who knows, and I am truly unwilling. I thought if there were someone courageous and careful enough, they would surely be able to discover it. If direct confrontation is not possible, then one must rely on fate. For so many years I have always had to hide here and there, living in quiet seclusion. Except for one time 800 years ago when he almost captured me, but I ultimately still escaped. This time I was caught. It was precisely because he discovered the murals I drew in the divine temple on Mount Tonglu, which made him consider the possibility that I was not dead, and furthermore, that I had intentionally left behind many clues, wanting to expose the truth. Xie Lian recalled that when he was still on Tonglu, the murals in the final divine temple had been almost entirely destroyed by someone, with only a few remaining. At that time both he and Huacheng had suspected that someone had hidden them away, but they could not find them no matter how much they searched. Now reflecting on it, he feared it was possible that at that time, Bai Wuxiang had hidden them somewhere in a corner of the divine temple. Xie Lian said, But, Guesher, why did you have to hide here and there? Guesher said awkwardly, Of course it is because... Huacheng interrupted. Betrayal. Slightly startled, Guesher turned to look at him once. Huacheng's expression remained unchanged, saying, You are precisely the one who betrayed him. Guesher waved his hand. It is not far off. It is exactly so. He turned his attention to Xie Lian, and continued, I do not know how to explain it, Your Highness. All that the murals depicted was the truth. Crown Prince Wu Yong, along with the Wu Yong Kingdom, was prosperous and peerless like the sun. In the past, no matter how renowned you, Crown Prince Xianla, were, he was several times more renowned than you. I, along with 3 fellow disciples, a total of 4 people, were once his retainers. After his ascension, the Crown Prince personally selected us to ascend, and also became close with many diverse heavenly officials. It is no exaggeration, among all the heavenly officials in the heavenly realm, when he entered, he was like the sun, making people dazzled and pale in comparison. Huaxu spoke, inadvertently offering a fleeting smile. Xie Lian felt that the crown prince whom he spoke of was not Jun Wu, nor was it Bai Wuxiang, but simply that young crown prince from 2,000 years ago. He said previously, There was also a time when you told me a little about it. Was there? I am old now, and do not remember such matters clearly. Indeed there was. It's just that you did not say he ascended, only that he had died. Huaxu said, Most likely because I felt it would have been better if he had not ascended. Xie Lian said, Because of the eruption of Mount Tonglu? Huaxu did not answer directly. The crown prince's spiritual power was far too strong. He dreamed and knew in advance that, in the future, the Wu Rong kingdom would be submerged in a sea of fire, and then thought of a way to save his people. But, at that time, everyone did not think things would reach such an extent. We all felt if there were people about to die now, then what was wrong with saving them? Just that the matter was fundamentally not that simple. Volcanic eruptions were something that could not be prevented if one did not wish for casualties, one could only move to another place. But the scope of the volcanic eruption was too vast, not merely the size of 1 or 2 cities. For ordinary royalty and nobles, the best method was to go conquer other countries, occupying their territory. Otherwise, no country would be willing to accept so many people to reside. However, for the crown prince, this was fundamentally not a solution. War would certainly shed blood once blood was shed. Eyes would turn red, making people become cruel, losing their humanity. The army of the Wu-Rong kingdom still took it upon themselves to lead troops out. The soldiers went to places without a single roof or blade of grass, deeming them too insignificant, not worthy for the Wu-Rong kingdom to move to and settle in the future, and then ordered the massacre of the people of neighboring countries, killing as many as possible, killing to the extent that blood flowed into rivers, and corpses piled up like mountains. The crown prince learned the news, and became extremely angry. Before tens of thousands of witnessing eyes, he descended to the mortal realm, and in the middle of the battlefield, punished all the Wu-Rong soldiers. Xie Lian imagined the image of Junwu still as a youth, or perhaps by Wu Xiang as a youth, and his heart immediately felt astonished. Huaxu continued, but it was not Onl. Why he who was angry? This matter also made the royalty, nobles, and people of the Wu-Rong kingdom extremely angry. Many people came to the divine temple to question the crown prince. We only wanted to survive, needed land to live, and had no other choice but to invade other countries. Was there anything wrong with that? This matter exceeded our imagination. Becoming more and more serious, people had already begun to shout, wanting to topple his statues, to burn his temples, but the crown prince remained extremely steadfast. He said if the Wu-Rong kingdom was invaded by any enemy, he would certainly vow to protect it to the death, not allowing them to step in a single pace, but the kingdom itself must absolutely not go invade other countries. He earnestly pleaded with everyone to abandon warfare, to wait for him to build something. The bridge to heaven. Bridge leading up to the sky. Huaxu slowly said the mortal realm did not have much land, so then it would be better to take everyone up to heaven to avoid it for a while. Although saying it sounded truly absurd, the four of us all believed in the crown prince, firmly believing that it could be done. One must say, no matter what he wanted to do, we all persevered and did it with him. Of course, the other heavenly officials in the heavenly realm could not accept it, all of them opposed, but the crown prince remained steadfast in his resolve. Hua Cheng scoffed once more. Opposed? I'm afraid it did not stop at mere opposition. Q. Yosisu slowly nodded. If it only stopped at opposition or overthrow, then that would have been one thing. But Xie Lian vaguely guessed the next part, but still wanted to ask, but what? Huaxu said that bridge to heaven, to be built, required a large amount of time and spiritual power to be completed. The crown prince fundamentally could not fully concentrate. He no longer had time to go elsewhere or handle any other matters, nor did he have many worshippers left. He could only struggle on his own. However, the task he wanted to accomplish could not convince his believers. The first day he steadied the bridge, everyone thanked him, remembered him clearly. The next day, the third day, the fourth day, it was also the same. 1 month, 2 months, they still thanked him, remembered him clearly. But for a longer period of time it was no longer like before. The volcano had yet to erupt, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince could do nothing but silently accumulate spiritual power. The people could not help but feel he was no longer as formidable as before, even claiming he no longer cared for all living beings. At this time, not unexpectedly, they immediately began to worship a new deity. The people of Wu-Rong were very numerous, their resources abundant, and their followers' faith exceedingly strong. One only had to see how fervent the worship of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had been before to understand. Many divine officials had incessantly coveted the followers in this territory, and thus, Xie Lian immediately understood completely. He spoke thus. That group of divine officials then seized this opportunity, exploiting the resentment and dissatisfaction of the populace towards that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, luring them away, dividing the followers, severing the wellspring of the Crown Prince's spiritual power. Is that right? Book 5 Chapter 218. Guesher said His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was well aware of this matter, it's just that he did not know how to resolve it. Xie Lian slightly bowed his head. He is a god naturally. He could not say to his followers, I do not allow you to worship any other god besides me. I fear that in his heart, he himself also scorned such a method. Guesher nodded. You truly do understand him. Xie Lian further said, but then, it's no different from trapping himself. He cannot be deficient in followers and spiritual power, otherwise, it will affect the construction of the heaven-reaching bridge. Guesher said that is exactly so. Therefore, the four of us had no choice but to take direct action, to promote and rebuild the bond with the populace within the nation. Xie Lian, what was the outcome? Hua Cheng replied it was impossible. Guesher sighed. It was impossible. It didn't even meet a small fraction of our expectations. There were some people who worried the bridge could not be completed, and after hearing this they also felt somewhat at ease. But there was also a large portion of the populace who, on the contrary, believed that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's spiritual power was inherently very potent. Their expectations were higher than that but were not satisfied, so they turned their backs to worship other deities, hoping their wishes would be granted. Fundamentally, there was nothing reprehensible in this. They were free to worship, they believed whatever they wished to believe, and not even heaven and earth could obstruct them. It was not that he was unwilling to fulfill everyone's desires, he truly was. Xie Lian sighed, and said in a low voice, willing but unable. Having the intention to do but not having enough strength to do. Guesher continued, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince knew about this matter and stopped us, saying that if they wanted to leave, let them leave. Even if we tried to keep them, they would no longer truly believe in him. Indeed it was so. No matter how much we propagated, the followers who had originally lost their faith merely remained reluctantly, not wholeheartedly devout. Their faith was also no longer as flourishing as before, merely going through the motions. Xie Lian also understood he could not possibly be angry with his followers, and also did not wish to request aid from other divine officials. Guesher said even if he had requested aid, the divine officials fundamentally would not have aided him. If they were willing to help, they would not have opposed him in the first place, nor would they have later seized the opportunity to entice his followers away. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince grew increasingly silent, building with his own strength alone, and at the same time activating the bridge. I observed him every day. Although he refused to say anything, I could see how much agony was in his heart. And this agony only he had to bear. No matter how much the four of us supported him, we could only share a little of it. Ultimately, he endured through 3 years, until the volcano was on the verge of erupting. The moment the news was disseminated, people successively rushed onto the bridge. The four of us, while guiding the vast sea of people, also worried about His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who was holding on by himself. Guesher sighed. Before we had never worried that he couldn't do anything, but at that time we naturally began to worry. At first that bridge remained stable, but as more and more people ascended, supporting it grew increasingly difficult. The Crown Prince's hands began to tremble, and his face turned pale. Others simply couldn't see, only we bore witness. I sensed something was amiss and told everyone, please wait a moment, give him more time, don't rush up so many at once. Just let him catch his breath, and he will surely save everyone. But the volcano had erupted. Lives were in constant peril. No one was willing to wait. All were equally insane, surging onto the bridge, even trampling each other to death. We simply couldn't stop them. Ultimately, the very thing we feared most came to pass. Over these 3 years, because his believers had continuously departed, the Crown Prince's spiritual power was no longer as potent as before. When tens of thousands of people simultaneously rushed onto the bridge, joyous at being rescued, joyous at ascending to the heavenly realm, at that very moment the bridge snapped. Xie Lian held his breath. The sky ripped open into scarlet fragments, and countless people, a massive throng, suddenly plummeted from high above, dragging one another down, shrieking terribly as they sank into a sea of flames, incinerated into ash right before the Crown Prince's eyes. I was utterly terrified then, completely daring not to meet the Crown Prince's gaze. Carrying people up one by one was impossible. Even with more support, the bridge wouldn't stand again, and beneath the flames raged. There was simply no way. And many others who hadn't managed to ascend were gradually consumed by lava, tightly entwined by ash and dust. Piercing screams, sounds of weeping, sounds of cursing. The scene was truly horrifying. I had never encountered anything more horrific. Xie Lian imagined it for a moment, and a sudden chill ran through him. The national master lowered his head and continued. The bridge snapped. The people of Wu Rong went mad. They set fire to and burned the Crown Prince's shrines and temples, toppled his statue, stabbed its heart with knives, reviling him as a useless good-for-nothing, a worthless god. He was a god. Gods are immensely powerful. Gods cannot fail. Yet he deliberately failed, and thus, he was unworthy of an altar. The heavenly officials in the heavenly realm had long awaited this moment. They declared, "We already warned you that this would not do. You have brought about too great a calamity. Truly, we must ask you to descend." Yet the crown prince asked them an utterly foolish question. He asked, "Why didn't you help me?" Without rhyme or reason, why would others bother to help him? Moreover, if he had succeeded, saving the nation of Wu Rong from a great calamity, wouldn't there be no one left to oppose him in the heavenly realm? That's why I say it was truly a foolish question. I thought he knew this perfectly well, yet he still asked. Of course, not a single soul answered him. The crown prince was simply banished. He returned to the mortal realm, no longer a god, no longer the crown prince. We followed him, all encouraging him that he would surely ascend once more, and so he began to cultivate again. But this was truly too difficult. You must know this well. Xie Lian of course knew this well. The higher one reaches the peak, the more brutal the fall. Plummeting from the heavenly realm to the mortal realm, what awaited him was all manner of coldness and malice. The national master said, the volcano continued to erupt, and the nation of Wu Rong plunged into an unprecedented catastrophe. Refugees, rebellions, and incessant invasions followed. Everyone fought fiercely, and their attitude towards the crown prince was utterly treacherous and ungrateful. Even so, the crown prince still did his utmost to assist everyone. However, at this very moment something else happened. Many other heavenly officials began to offer aid. Although they had no desire to stop the volcanic eruption, they were quite happy to rescue the common people, offering a little food, some herbs, and the like. By this time, the crown prince had already been banished, and what he could do was naturally far inferior to what those heavenly officials could. That group of common folk, as if grasping at a life-saving straw, treated those heavenly officials like parents. His believers departed even more quickly eventually, probably fewer than 10 remained. All the love, praise, and initial enthusiasm once given to the crown prince had now all shifted to other heavenly officials, leaving him with only loathing and disgust. The national master closed his eyes. We then truly found it unacceptable. Clearly before, those heavenly officials had done nothing for them, only waiting until after the great calamity to put on an act. The crown prince had expended so much effort, devoted all his strength, and should have succeeded. He was just one step away. But why, in the end, was it only he who was trampled underfoot? Why was it that he paid the highest price, yet everyone acted as if they didn't see it, while a small act of charity immediately earned undying gratitude and obligation? It was also from then that a thought occurred to me. If the crown prince from the very beginning had acted as if he hadn't known what he'd seen in his dream, treating it as heaven's will, which even gods could not alter, if he had silently stood by with folded arms, waited for the volcano to finish its eruption, and then acted like those heavenly officials, offering a little charity, everyone would surely have been moved to tears for him. Hua Chang said somberly, "You only thought of it then? You should have considered it from the very beginning. To cut a piece of flesh to save a person, they will be grateful. But the more one cuts, the more people will demand. In the end, even if one's body were subjected to slow slicing, flayed until only a white skeleton remained, they still would not be satisfied." The national master said. I dared not speak that thought to him, but the crown prince grew increasingly silent. I couldn't comprehend what he was pondering in his heart, or if he was contemplating the very same thing as I was. Day after day, the volcano, which was peaceful, suddenly erupted again, causing the entire Wu Rong nation to sink into fear, with no escape. No one knew how to make the volcano stop to end this nightmare. Until one day, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince told us he had found a way to make the volcano stop erupting. And after he revealed that method, we were utterly shocked and horrified. Hua Chang said, I guess his method is precisely to sacrifice living people. The Emperor, El Preceptor, also admitted, yes. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said he wanted to select a group of wicked people, to throw them into Mount Tonglu as sacrifices, to appease Mount Tonglu's wrath. The four of us had 4 different opinions, but generally all were against it, absolutely unable to do this. Previously, His Royal Highness did not want the Wu Rong soldiers to march out and conquer, precisely because he did not want to trade life for life. If now he chose to sacrifice living people to Mount Tonglu, then how was it different from trampling upon his own ideals? It was even worse than that. We immediately vehemently opposed and directly argued with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. They quarreled loudly for a while, even coming to blows. I was originally also against it, but I knew that compared to outsiders' curses, It was our own direct arguments that would make him truly unable to bear it. One must know that the four of us from before until now had always stood shoulder to shoulder with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and were currently his only pillars of support, yet merely because of that matter, we resorted to physical confrontation, and also said he had changed, said he had forgotten his ideals, said he was not the Crown Prince they knew. Those words were truly too hurtful. I truly could not bear it. If all of us stood on the opposing side and criticized him, I merely feared that in this world, there would be no one left on his side. Therefore in the end I also did not object, merely saying that I never wanted to interfere in this matter again, that the heavenly realm also has good gods, the mortal world also has kind people. I truly did not want to get involved anymore. Truly too tired. But no one would listen to me. After a big fight, apart from me, the other three all left. Xie Lian shook his head, not knowing what to say. It was just that, leaving at this very moment was no different from leaving him alone to suffer. The Imperial Preceptor said, "Only I remained." His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said nothing, only asked me, "Are you leaving or not?" Seeing His Royal Highness' expression when asking me this question in that instant, I indeed felt he truly could throw people into Mount Yu Jun as sacrifices. I said, "Your Royal Highness, I will not leave." His Royal Highness the Crown Prince still said nothing. He no longer brought up the matter of sacrificing living people, changed his mind, guarding Mount Yu Jun. Every day he and I helped the displaced people, cleared rocks and debris, cultivated spiritual power, seeking ways to control the volcano. I thought this matter, just planning it like this, was fine. Who would have known that one day, I would discover something that truly made my hair stand on end? Speaking up to this point, the Imperial Preceptor's complexion became extremely dreadful, as if he was recalling that image that made his hair stand on end. Xie Lian felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing tightly. "What happened?" the Imperial Preceptor said. He suddenly covered his own face completely. The Imperial Preceptor said, "His Royal Highness' appearance was exceedingly handsome. He had never covered his face, nor was there anything that could have injured his face. For many years I had never seen him like that, thus it was even more perplexing. I asked him, 'Your Royal Highness, what happened to your face?' He said that he was accidentally burned by fire and injured. I had no idea where he was injured at all. He also adamantly refused to let me see the wound, applying medicine himself. Moreover, his actions suddenly became suspicious. Everything was very abnormal, but at this time, naturally something good happened, temporarily diverting my attention. The volcano suddenly stopped erupting. Mount Yu Jun returned to its normal state, gradually cooling down, for a long time showing no signs of eruption. Because they believed that only His Royal Highness the Crown Prince could have done it, some people of Wu Rong began to worship him again. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's path of cultivation also became smoother. At least, no one insulted or threw stones at him anymore. Everyone also gradually smiled happily at him. However, I felt that something was wrong. Many things were unsuitable. My three friends, although their personalities were different, I understood them more or less. They surely would not simply dust their hands off and leave. Even if they were angry with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, it would not be to the extent of extending their anger to me, leaving not even a bit of news. The most unsuitable thing was still His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's face. He always used all sorts of objects to cover his face. At first, torn cloth, a cloak. Later, he wore an entire mask, not taking it off all day. Sometimes I suspected this person might not be His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, but an impostor, because the way he spoke, acted, even his personality, all had changed. Sometimes he was gentle and approachable. Sometimes he would suddenly fly into a thunderous rage. One time he sat alone in his room, smashing all the mirrors. I did not know where he was injured. Fresh blood flowed profusely. What was even more horrifying was I frequently heard some strange sounds. Xie Lian asked, "What sounds?" The Imperial Preceptor said, "Sometimes in the dead of night, I heard from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's room laughter, seemingly several people talking in low voices to each other. But when I went in to see, I only saw him alone. After a few more times, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince no longer allowed me into his room. On one night, I again heard that strange sound and furthermore discovered, it was like the voices of my three friends. I truly could not restrain myself, thinking to myself that perhaps they had secretly returned. Why did they have to deceive me? Therefore I got up, ran to the room of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The strange thing was, in the room there truly was no one else, only His Royal Highness the Crown Prince lying on the bed, his mask not yet removed. I stood listening for a moment, and again discovered that those sounds seemed to be coming from the direction of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. More accurately, they were coming from beneath his mask. I slowly walked to the edge of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's bed. The closer I went, the more convinced I became. It truly was coming from beneath the mask. Could it be that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was talking in his sleep? Because he missed my 3 friends too much, he was imitating their voices in his dream? I hesitated for a long while His Royal Highness the Crown Prince still lay still. I thought he was asleep, then gently removed his mask. After that I saw something. The National Preceptor's gaze radiated fear. I saw my 3 friends. It was not His Royal Highness the Crown Prince speaking, but precisely them speaking. On the face of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, everywhere crisscrossing, were cuts and burns, so deep that the flesh was ulcerated. Fresh blood had half coagulated into scabs. And furthermore, without knowing when, there were 3 additional faces, their mouths moving, sometimes closed, sometimes open. They were precisely the faces of those 3 people. Xie Lian shivered. Though not from cold, he threw those 3 into Mount Tonglu? Volume 5, Chapter 219. Chapter 219. 100 years of deep water. 1,000 years of hot fire. 3. The National Preceptor did not answer him, thus remaining immersed in the fear that had not yet dissipated all this time. He said those faces were covered. Never before exposed to the outside, even mere moonlight shining upon them was unbearable. My sudden removal of the mask made them stammer in fright, their eyes narrowed, their mouths unable to speak. A moment later they seemed to see me clearly, then began calling my name. I was frozen stiff with fear. Earlier I had said, I had never seen anything more terrifying than the sight of tens of thousands of Wu Yong people falling into a sea of fire. Yet what I saw then was 1,000 times more horrifying. My hand held the mask, trembling ceaselessly. If my whole body had not already gone stiff, I would have only feared dropping it, waking His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Those 3 faces hastily wanted to tell me something, their mouths opening and closing even more frantically, but they suppressed their voices low, fearing to awaken His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I looked at them, both disgusted and terrified, but I truly wanted to know what they were saying. I then leaned down, held my breath, leaned close to the face of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and listened intently. Leaning in too close, I smelled a strong herbal fragrance, unable to mask the scent of fresh blood decaying. I hear them screaming, urging me to run quickly. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is insane. The truth of the matter was, after the 3 people left, their hearts still uneasy, they secretly returned to look for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Unexpectedly, they just happened to encounter His Royal Highness the Crown Prince leading many people, forcing them towards Mount Tonglu. They learned that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had not given up on sacrificing living people. Both horrified and enraged, they ran out to stop him, and fought a battle with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. To their utter surprise, His Highness defeated all 3 of them, and directly flung them into Mount Tonglu along with those hundreds of people. Those commoners who were thrown in, of course, their bones were utterly gone, but the 3 friends all had cultivation within them, yet were killed by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, giving rise to deep resentment. Their souls, unable to dissipate, instead parasitically attached themselves to his body. Every day they were enraged, nagging by his ear, hindering his actions. I heard the whole story and felt even more utterly terrified, completely unsure what to do now. Why was this matter so horrifying? I could not clearly say, ultimately, whether His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was more horrifying or those 3 faces were more horrifying. Just as I thought of that, suddenly a hand darted out and grasped my head. My scalp here icy. I slowly raised my head, and saw His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Unknowing when he had awakened, along with the 3 faces, a total of 4 pairs of eyes were staring at me. Those faces twisted and contorted, tearing open the wounds on his face, blood flowing profusely downwards. He looked at me for a long time, then sighed and said, "Had I not warned you not to enter my room?" I suddenly understood clearly what had caused the recent strange occurrences. His Highness discovered something like that appearing on his face, found it unbearable, and even more. He could not bear the image of himself in the mirror, neither man nor demon, which was why he smashed the mirror. The profuse bleeding was because he wanted to use a knife to cut them off. The putrid smell was because the wounds had not healed for a long time. Yet no matter how many times he cut them, they would grow back again. The imperial preceptor covered half of his face. His pupils contracting violently, I immediately knelt by the edge of his bed. The crown prince, His Highness, slowly sat up on the bed, saying, "You need not be afraid. They became like this because they betrayed me. As long as you do not do so, I will still treat you as before. You are still my most devoted servant. Nothing at all has changed. How could I not be afraid? How could I pretend nothing had changed? Everything had already changed long ago." The crown prince, His Highness, was extraordinarily intelligent. He had never before paid attention to the expressions of others, but ever since his banishment, he began to learn how to read faces and discern intentions. He saw through my thoughts and slowly asked, "You also wish to leave, don't you?" Truthfully, I did not know. If he had merely spoken of throwing evil citizens into the copper furnace, I could have pretended nothing had happened and tried to find ways to explain all my doubts. Yet he had thrown in his best friends, those who had stood by him for so many years. We had once depended on each other. This truly was madness. I could not understand it. The crown prince, His Highness, mumbled, "It doesn't matter. I had already accounted for it. With me becoming like this, no one would be willing to stay by my side. I can be alone. It has always only been me alone. I do not need anyone else." His face became exceedingly ferocious. He reached out and clutched my neck tightly, his mad eyes staring intently at me, his mouth ceaselessly repeating, "I can be alone. I can be alone. I alone, I alone, I alone, I alone, I alone. I need no one else. I need no one else. I need no one at all." His Highness' strength was immense. If he truly wanted to kill me, my neck would have been broken by him long ago, without me being able to utter a sound, but I was not strangled to death by him. Moreover, just as he had an outburst, the three friends on his face immediately cried out loudly, as if deliberately causing trouble, making him cry out in pain from his headache, and I too subconsciously struggled. All five of us cried out frantically, similarly mad. The crown prince, His Highness, clutched his head with one hand, and with the other, he tightened his grip on my neck. My vision turned completely black, and I lost all sensation. Just then I saw an object beneath his pillow. Beneath his pillow lay a sword, which he even rested his head upon while sleeping, a habit he had only adopted since his banishment. I seized the sword's hilt and drew it out, its silver gleam shimmering under the moonlight. His Highness laughed raucously, his eyes bloodshot, saying, "You wish to kill me too, do you? Do it. Come quickly and kill me. Plunge it straight into my chest. Stab as many times as you like. I truly wish to see who the last one to die will be. Will it be you who dies, or will it be I who dies?" I naturally did not stab him. Instead, I plunged the sword into the ground before him, and cried out hoarsely, "Your Highness! Your Highness! Wake up, look at yourself. Look at what you have become now." He had smashed all mirrors and had not seen his own reflection in one for a long time. That sword, bright as snow, suddenly reflected his appearance, making him see his own face. He saw himself in the reflection, and suddenly froze in a daze. His Highness' hand did not loosen its grip on my neck in the slightest, but I do not know how long he stared, when suddenly a stream of tears rolled down. Seeing that stream of tears, I too could not hold back and tears streamed down my face. The reflection on the sword was utterly hideous. Even I found it disgusting to behold, so why did I want to make him see himself like that? Why did I want to remind him that he was now a disgusting monster? I could not bear it, and threw the sword onto the ground. Finally, the crown prince, His Highness, used all his strength to throw me out and ordered me to leave. I tumbled several times and immediately fled. Hearing up to that point, Xie Lian finally sighed in relief. The Quaxu also lowered his hands, saying, "I ran far away, escaping Odung Quoc." Not long after, Mount Donglu erupted once more. The entirety of Odung Quoc, all were engulfed in a sea of fire. No one was fortunate enough to escape. A country just like that vanished. I escaped with my life, and after that, I no longer heard any news of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, as if he had perished along with Odung Quoc. I journeyed to another place, cultivating myself, and achieved a small measure of success, maintaining my abilities, aimlessly wandering the mortal realm. I had cared for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince since he was a youth. Now that I no longer needed to care for him, I conversely did not know what I should do. The Crown Prince was no more, and my 3 friends had also died. I created 3 empty shells posing as people to chat with me, to play cards with me. Hearing empty shells posing as people, Ta Lin's expression stiffened slightly. The Kwok Su said. Later, my sorcery improved, and I imparted the personalities and martial arts of my 3 friends to them. Ta Lin murmured, "Are they the 3 Kwok Sus?" No wonder. He had always found the 3 Kwok Sus to be rather peculiar. They never acted alone, nor did they ever speak with him privately. They were fundamentally impostors, and would be exposed simply by moving away from the Kwok Su. The Kwok Su replied, "It is them. Therefore, to be frank, you could also be considered a disciple of my 3 friends. Regrettably, I myself am not them. The 3 empty shells I created could only imitate them in a few aspects, and thus could not instruct you much." Those 3 shells were also destroyed by him. 100 or 200 years later, the Tian Gioi changed. All the old Then Quan disappeared, gradually replaced by a new generation of Then Quan. In any case, this held no relevance to my affairs, and I merely knew to eat my fill and await death. Until one day, in a certain land, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was born precisely at an exceptionally auspicious time. That was you, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Tien Lak Kwok. It had finally arrived. Ta Lin's hand, resting on his lap, clenched slightly. The Kwok Su sat up straight, saying, "I found it truly coincidental, profoundly fated." Yet, truly, by then Odung Kwok had already been destroyed many years prior. Over several hundred years, meeting a propitious day once or twice was, frankly, not overly exceptional. Boo. I didn't understand what feeling possessed me. I simply concocted a name, and went to become the Kwok Su of Tien Lak. Ta Lin thought to himself, anyone who hears it would know that was a name concocted on a whim. The Kwok Su said, "It's not that I look down upon you people of Tien Lak, but the path to attaining the position of Kwok Su was, for me, truly far too easy. There was only one issue: people believed that big talk didn't necessarily translate into action, and youth was often regarded as a lack of capability, thus inviting disdain. If I were to present myself with this face for the examination, I feared they wouldn't even permit me to apply, so I altered my appearance slightly, making myself look 20 years older, and indeed I was accepted. And as Kwok Su, I had to converse directly with the then Quan of the Tien Gioi. Thus I met Quan No. Quan No's appearance, compared to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince I knew, was entirely different. However, he and I were overly familiar. After speaking with each other a few times, I immediately grew suspicious. Yet, it remained nothing more than suspicion. Moreover, though my nature is suspicious, I never speak anything outright. The Kwok Su said, "But in the end we could no longer pretend. As we all saw you. Your Highness, you must have guessed why I placed such high hopes upon you. You resemble him greatly. Therefore I hoped you could become a person or even a god just like him, someone who could accomplish what he could not, achieve perfection, and compensate for both my regrets and his own." Hoa Tan said faintly, "You were mistaken from the very beginning. Not even a single bit alike." The Kwok Su cast a glance at him. "Naturally, you see no resemblance now. But before they were remarkably alike. Encountering anything and immediately destroying it far too similar." He then turned his attention to Ta Lin, saying, "During the Crown Prince's divine review, you rescued a child who had fallen from the city wall, and I was exceedingly displeased. Not merely because you abandoned the ceremony, but because your actions were far too conspicuous. You drew Jun Wu's attention. Jun Wu began to mention you. He truly favored you every time we talked. I always subtly felt something was not right. But I had seen that he truly liked you, discovering you were a good seed very much to his liking, and moreover, always wanted to designate you to ascend. It's just that every time I used every reason to obstruct him." Xie Lian also did not believe Jun Wu's attitude towards him was fake, but hearing the Imperial Preceptor say so, his emotions became even more complex, ineffable. The Imperial Preceptor said everything changed at that bridge. Hearing this, Xie Lian suddenly understood. The Imperial Preceptor said at the bridge, "You killed a demonic spirit? Do you still remember?" Xie Lian said in a grave voice, "That was the opportunity for my ascension. Of course I remember clearly." The imperial precept. Tor said when you encountered that demonic spirit, I truly felt something was not right. It wreaked havoc all along the bridge, wearing broken armor, its feet treading on karmic fire, its entire body stained with fresh blood, stuck full of sabers and swords, every step leaving behind a mark of blood and fire, and it even asked you those 3 questions. All of it made me pay attention, feeling uneasy, but I also did not understand what was wrong with it. Moreover, after you defeated the demonic spirit on the bridge, you immediately ascended, and I fundamentally did not have time to think carefully. Fortunately, after you had ascended for a period of time, Junwoo still treated you with the same attitude as before, truly favored, truly valued you, as if nothing had ever happened, and I also told myself not to think too much. Afterwards, it was precisely when Xianlu faced calamity, Yong'an in turmoil, and something else appeared, named by Wu Xiang. Xie Lian held his breath silently. The imperial preceptor said, I have already told you, right from the start I did not know what that thing was. Afterwards, the human face disease occurred again, making me even more suspicious. But because vengeful spirits possessing living human bodies is also not a rare thing, it's just that it had never spread so widely. Moreover, I also had a bit of resentment towards the so-called heavenly decree. I felt that by Wu Xiang coming into being was precisely heaven wanting to punish you. Yuan. That thing met each other more and more. The human face disease spread even more rampantly. Many things all made me believe that my conjecture was correct. Xie Lian said many things. What specifically? Can you give an example? The imperial preceptor said in front of the Xianlu city gate, a family of 3 fell to their deaths. Xie Lian gasped for breath saying this. The imperial preceptor said afterwards, I examined the corpses, and discovered that fundamentally, those were not 3 people, but 3 empty shells. Xie Lian said, but empty shells would be hollow inside without internal organs, how could they bleed? The imperial preceptor said fundamentally, there was no need for internal organs. Falling from a height, internal organs would also be crushed. One only needed to stuff a pile of mangled flesh into the shells, pour them full of blood, and it would be done. Among my 3 friends, there was one who was very skilled in such demonic arts. It was precisely he who first made human mimicking empty shells. He taught us. Moreover, at that time, the method of making human mimicking empty shells was not as widely spread as it is now. They had died. Who else could produce human mimicking empty shells apart from me, do you see? Xie Lian lowered his head. His pupils constricted. A family of 3 had fallen to their deaths at the gate of Xianlu Imperial City, directly igniting the war. However, those human lives turned out to be fake. They were a trap. Xie Lian said, you at that time, why didn't you tell me? The imperial preceptor said, in truth, I did not dare. If that truly was him, and I told you with your temperament at that time, you would certainly directly seek him out to settle accounts. Fundamentally, it would not have been able to save you and the Xianlu kingdom, only causing you all to die earlier. Moreover, even if there weren't those 3 empty shells, sooner or later, there would also be other incidents to ignite the war. This was also similar to the incident of the lost dog within Xianlu Imperial City. After that, you also lost the battle. Xianlu also lost the battle. I truly could not bear it, thus I evacuated everyone at Huangji Guan, invited him to appear at the Shunwu Temple, and then directly revealed his identity. According to Junwu's words as well, 800 years ago they had once met. The national preceptor said I questioned him about many things. He neither admitted nor denied. Finally I asked him, Your Highness, what exactly do you want? He replied that he wanted you to become his perfect successor. If in this world there was one person who completely understood him, that would be you. As long as it is successful, you would never betray him. I understood his intent. The exchange of words became so agitated, we once again came to blows. I fundamentally could not fight back. If I made a move, I would die instantly. He did not even need to lift a finger to crush me to death. But at that moment, suddenly his complexion changed, and he raised his hand to completely cover his face. I was horrified to discover 3 faces had surfaced on his face. They had never disappeared in the first place, merely suppressed by his spiritual power. Now, it was unclear whether it was due to his agitation or mine that they had reappeared. And so my 3 friends came to plague him, causing him pain as if his head would split. His expression became even more terrifying, and I seized the opportunity to escape. Once again I drifted in the mortal realm. again fleeing east and west. I thought about what had become of Wu Yong Kingdom, so I returned to see. To my surprise, on that return I discovered something monumental. For some unknown reason, Wu Yong Kingdom was completely sealed, separated from the outside world. After wandering inside for a long while, I once again met my 3 friends. Xie Lian said, "Are they the 3 mountain peaks of old age, sickness and death?" The national preceptor said, "Exactly." Tonglu devoured their bodies, their remains and volcanic ash mingled together, erupting out, accumulating further as time passed. Over hundreds of thousands of years transformed into 3 great mountains, carrying a part of their souls. I found a way to merge myself into the mountains to speak with them, and then came to know many things. In reality, an entire generation of heavenly officials did not vanish naturally, nor did dynasties merely change, but were, step by step, slowly and thoroughly killed by him. He swept clean the entire heavenly court, not a single soul allowed to escape. After bathing the heavenly realm in a rain of blood, he returned to the mortal realm, patiently waited for a period of time, fabricated a new name, a new identity, became a human one more time, and ascended one more time. All the previous heavenly officials were utterly wiped out. No one knew who he was, nor did anyone know what his true form had been. Currently, in the mortal realm, rumors widely circulate about the origins of Shan Wu, Great Emperor, writing interesting anecdotes and rumors about his appearance and temperament. All of it is false. All are his sophisticated deceptions. The current heavenly capital was created by his own hands, placed under his control. The bodies and ashes of the former heavenly officials are mingled into the very soil of the heavenly capital. Every day they are trampled under his feet. Right now, beneath your feet, it is possible you are treading upon someone's ashes. The national preceptor continued, "Currently, he is the foremost martial god of the heavenly realm, dazzling and brilliant. But within his heart lies pressure, boundless darkness, resentment, suffering, fury, hatred. These things must be released outwards. Only in this way can he balance his soul, and continue as the foremost martial god of the 3 realms without resorting to slaughter and massacre." Wu Yong Kingdom had once turned in to a hell. Tonglu, with countless people and 3 heavenly officials sacrificed to it by him, immediately recognized him as its master. He channeled his dark emotions into Tonglu, using the lost souls of Wu Yong people as a catalyst, igniting the karmic flames, and forged extremely evil things. Xie Lian said, "If objects are forged using this method, are they different from a supreme?" The national preceptor said, "They are not the same. A supreme only came into existence later. It was because he altered his approach." Xie Lian said, "Changing the method leads to what?" Guoshi said, "It leads to a difference in quality and quantity." He glanced at Hua Chang, saying, "You all surely know that a supreme appears once every 100, or even several hundred years, and each time there is only one, so they are extremely rare, much harder to forge. Moreover, previous supremes always existed independently. Tonglu only provides an environment for tempering, making the explosive process faster. If one is destined to become a supreme, they can become a supreme anywhere. Sooner or later they will become a supreme. In fact, supreme here refers to the words peerless, pinnacle. Whether or not they are forged in Tonglu is not important. It's just that, going through the tempering process in Tonglu will make them even more formidable, because not many can endure it. Hasn't there only been 3 people so far? Xie Lian turned to Hua Chang, glancing softly, just as Hua Chang was also looking at him. Although he didn't know why Hua Chang was looking, Xie Lian, as before, smiled faintly. Guoshi continued, "Anyway, originally Tonglu didn't operate that way. Every few years it would create hundreds, dozens of creatures at a time, one horde after another rushing out. So many being born was partly due to his unstable state of mind. The things created all stemmed from the hatred and resentment he accumulated, becoming monsters. Among them, not a few things you are familiar with, for example, Baihua Zhenxian," Xie Lian said. "Baihua Zhenxian was also born from Mount Tonglu." Guoshi said, "That's right. These things all have consciousness separated from him, and can also be considered his avatars. After leaving here, Baihua Zhenxian even created many avatars on his own. My 3 friends held their ground in a small country within the territory of the Wu Yong Kingdom, stopping the monsters from wreaking havoc, while I was outside for years, figuring out how to stop them from being born. Xie Lian suddenly remembered how strange Shi Qingquan's attitude had been when he saw Guoshi, saying Master, Lord Windmaster. That year the one who divined Qingquan's fate, advising them not to beat gongs and drums in celebration. Was that you? Guoshi said, Nonsense. Besides your master, what other expert could calculate so precisely? What other expert has so much free time? And yet, they repaid with a bowl of porridge and then hastily chased people away. Guoshi said by Huazhenqi, and originally intended to try swallowing Wudu when he was young, but this brat was too malicious, difficult to deal with even at a young age, not afraid of even blades or spears, and unfazed by all sorts of threats. Eating his fear was incredibly difficult, to the point of death. So, it had no choice but to shift its target to his wealthy younger brother. Although it couldn't devour anything, it still deliberately bothered the two brothers to the point of unrest, and even drowned someone destined to ascend, ceaselessly wreaking havoc. If this thing isn't killed, I truly won't be reconciled. Huacheng shrugged. It has been killed. Guoshi said, Was it swallowed by Hexian? I've heard of it. I wanted to follow those two brothers to the end, but the time for Mount Tonglu to open was approaching, and I had no way to closely follow them, so I dealt with the affairs in Tonglu first. When I returned to find them, the situation had already become chaotic. Shi Wudu made a move, causing an extremely shocking incident that was completely irresolvable. I truly had a headache, wanting to manage but unable to control it. It was truly wanting to manage but having no way to manage. Guoshi said again, but honestly, Bai Huazhenqian wasn't as formidable as I thought. It only knew how to go out and cause trouble. This thing should be called a defective product. There are other ones, for example. Xie Lian said in a low voice, for example, the battle-slain vengeful spirit at the bridgehead. Guoshi took a breath. It was him. Otherwise, why do you think I said that everything that happened was only because of one sentence from you? Because that ghost at the bridgehead was an avatar he created in Tonglu. Every few years it would go out in Junwu stead to wreak havoc, killing people to vent his anger. But you deliberately defeated that monster. He sensed that the ghost at the bridgehead had been killed by you, immediately descended to investigate, and then he saw you. And you deliberately put on a show in front of him saying that line, to be in the abyss, yet with a heart in paradise. This truly contradicted him, driving him mad. This was the turning point of everything. Xie Lian clenched his hands, his breathing slightly ragged. Just because of one sentence. It was an excuse impossible to imagine, even laughable, but at this moment he truly could not smile. The National Master said, Put aside that monster for a moment. Crown Prince, Your Highness, do you remember when you rescued a child who fell from the city wall and brought him to the Imperial Heaven Temple? How terrified I was. Xie Lian immediately focused, glancing at Huacheng. I remember. What about that child? You once said he was. The National Master said, a celestial bane lone star. He said in a deep voice at that time, I only felt that the malevolent aura on the child was too heavy, unlike that of an ordinary person. Later, I went to Mount Tonglu, and after speaking with the friends, I learned that Mount Tonglu not only creates monsters, it also knows how to curse. Just as you can bestow good fortune, Mount Tonglu can also emanate ill fortune, seeping everywhere. That child was born on an extremely inauspicious day. All good things were obstructed, and his ill fortune was so extreme it could tear the heavens apart. I fear that he absorbed all the ill fortune emanated by Mount Tonglu, which is why he became so terrifying. The moment he appeared, he almost destroyed all of Mount Tidesong. The more Xie Lian listened, the more horrified he became, slowly turning his head to look at Huacheng. It was clearly about him, yet he himself showed no reaction. Instead, he was smiling at him. The National Master continued, based on his destiny, that child surely was orphaned from a young age. If not, then abandoned by his parents, abused, tormented even more than losing his parents. Furthermore, he would not live past 18 years old, and would cause everyone around him to die off, encountering endless misfortunes, no different from a comet bringing disaster. That is why, at that time, I urged you to drive him away, not to approach him. Xie Lian could not bear to listen, and said, National Master, don't say any more. The National Master nodded. No more talk then. I merely wanted to give you an example of how terrifying Mount Tonglu is. While Xie Lian did not know how to respond, Huacheng, however, chuckled. Actually, it doesn't seem that terrifying. I Ts just that, National Master's calculations are very accurate. Xie Lian thought, could it be that Huacheng truly did not live past 18 years old? And his hand trembled. At this moment a hand reached out, gently resting on the back of his hand. Both their hands were icy cold, but placed together they radiated warmth. The National Master said Junwu has always presented you with trials. The human face disease in Xianla Kingdom was the first trial. According to his intentions, if you had chosen at that time to unleash the human face disease upon Yangon, you would have passed the trial. Not only would he not have cast you down, he would also have helped you conceal it, making you his favored successor, rising to power in one step, overturning heaven and earth in two. But you chose incorrectly. During the time you were cast down for the first time, he presented another trial, yet you still did not give him a satisfactory answer. That is also the reason why, the moment you ascended, he immediately struck you down. In Xie Lian's mind, a pale, smiling face suddenly appeared. He paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, actually, it was my own request. Huacheng said, Gij, trust me. Even if you hadn't requested it, he would still have 1,000 ways to bring you down. Xie Lian sighed anyway. Bai Wuxiang was also defeated by him. Huacheng said, but he didn't kill him. Xie Lian said, of course that's the case. The National Master continued, Bai Wuxiang could, of course, kill you, but fundamentally he didn't want to. On the contrary, he rather liked you. He couldn't let you die. He absolutely had to mold you into the ideal he expected. Huacheng added, if he were to kill you, he himself would not achieve his goal. If you were to just carry this thought and die, forever unwilling to change, he would find it even more unbearable. Bai Wuxiang, however, has no reason to let you go. But for a martial god great emperor to descend to the mortal realm, drive out demons and monsters, and wholeheartedly rescue you, isn't this a good method? By that means you would further trust and be grateful to him. And yet, both times he did not succeed, and in his heart, he surely felt utterly uncomfortable. The National Preceptor said the second time you were deposed, wandering in the mortal realm, he had many opportunities to slowly educate you and slowly wait for you to change your mind. From my observation, he had calmed down again. However, that slight bit of calmness was ultimately shattered. You ascended for the third time. A muddy swamp, even if stirred over and over, would still remain the same, but you deliberately foiled his plans, ascended once again, and moreover, still maintained your previous appearance, not changing in the slightest. I do not know what he will think upon seeing that, but I feel he will surely test you again. Huacheng said, looking back at his actions, you will know. Gij, try to remember carefully what has happened since. You ascended for the third time? Xie Lian concentrated, pondered for a moment, then replied, the first matter was on Mount Yu Jun, capturing the female ghost Xianji. Initially, I also couldn't find the ghost groom, but on the way, I naturally encountered a fetus spirit singing a nursery rhyme guiding me. It was surely his plotting and scheming. But I thought this was him helping me. Huacheng said, it was nothing more than helping you complete the mission. The direct consequence was capturing the female ghost Xianji. So what was the indirect consequence? Xie Lian hesitated, provoking General Pei's former lover, bringing him a bit of trouble? The National Preceptor said this can be considered a small problem. If you had known you would offend Pei Ming, would you have used a different method to resolve it? For instance, communicating spiritually to summon Pei Ming, or letting Xianji continue to cause chaos in a small area, not creating big trouble. Xie Lian felt embarrassed. This, to be honest, I only found out later that the matter was related to General Pei. At that time the female ghost had taken so many lives, the bowstring was already drawn, and I could not but shoot. There was no time to think whether I would offend anyone or not. Huacheng smiled faintly. Gij, you made the right choice. He stroked his hair, and continued, the second matter. An empty shell posing as a person came looking for Pu Qi Shrine, leading you to Banyue Kingdom. There's no need to say who sent a body, so what was the consequence of this matter? Xie Lian said, kicking Junior General Pei down, and chopping off General Pei's right arm. Huacheng said, Gij, look, both of these matters caused Pei Ming's power to decline, and both offended Pei Ming. Jun Wu did not show his face at all the enmity fell upon your head, and yet you still felt grateful to him. Huacheng continued, if my guess is not wrong, after 800 years, he has always been monitoring you. When Gij was in Yangon serving as the National Preceptor, and taught Lang Qianqiu, it is likely he knew as well. And yet, he still sent you and Lang Qianqiu to carry out a mission. I do not see any good intentions in that. The national preceptor was astonished. Wait a moment. Your Highness, you went to serve as the national preceptor of Yangon? You taught Lang Qianqiu? Xie Lian replied yes. The national preceptor asked again, you are indeed national preceptor Feng Xian? Xie Lian felt a little awkward. Yes, is there a problem? The national preceptor said if he already knows about this matter, he will surely be truly furious with you. Hua Chang continued, the white speech true immortal is also one matter. Gij, you originally did not want to get involved, yet in the end were still implicated, thankfully not sinking too deep. Hundreds of fishermen in the South Sea were swept into the tribulation storm. It was not due to Heishui, nor was it due to Shi Wudu. Besides them, who else could have done it? Revi. Viewing each problem, Xie Lian then discovered that ever since he ascended, perhaps every single step he took was monitored and arranged by Jun Wu. Hua Chang raised his hand, saying, I speculate that he did so on one hand, due to his twisted nature, constantly wanting to issue challenges, to test how you had changed, hoping you could follow his ideals. On the other hand, I fear he wanted to use you to weaken the power of the heavenly officials. Before, the heavenly officials of the heavenly realm had become his obsession, making him always highly vigilant, controlling everything absolutely, not allowing anyone to threaten his power and status, much less allowing any heavenly official to surpass him. Furthermore, I think. Xie Lian thought of the same thing at the same time. What is it? Hua Chang said, as for Shi Wudu changing Shi Qingquan's fate, and Heishui infiltrating the upper heavenly court as a spy, could it be that he knew nothing at all? In Xie Lian's heart, he was indeed thinking of this. Could it be that Jun Wu, sitting in the supreme position, knew nothing of these matters? Impossible. The files transferred from Lingwen Palace, he could all directly review. If any of them were fake, he would certainly recognize it. Perhaps from the very beginning he knew about it. It was just that the Watermaster status at that time did not threaten him, so the matter was not exposed. If it had been exposed early, Shi Wudu would have been deposed, and a new Watermaster would have appeared. A new Watermaster would then have no weaknesses for him to exploit. The Watermaster committed such a great crime, hiding it across heaven and sea, remaining safe and sound for many years. Only later, after having a place in the heavenly court, were his old deeds exposed, and he was beheaded by Hexian. If Jun Wu wanted to eliminate the Watermaster, he fundamentally did not need to act himself. He only needed to silently watch the Watermaster cause more and more trouble, without scruple, then seize Shi Wudu's weaknesses and tell Hexian. Hexian would naturally seek revenge for his own death and that of his family. Hua Chang said even the matter of Jun Wu gathering 10,000 ghosts in Mount Tonglu, refining a Peerless Ghost King, perhaps it was also because Xie Lian regained his composure to control authority. Hua Chang said yes. On one hand, he was very pleased to see a Peerless Ghost King emerge, harming the mortal realm. On the other hand, as long as there was something harming the mortal realm, people would pray. And as long as there were believers praying, the divine power of the gods would grow stronger. The imperial advisor sighed. Every time Mount Tonglu opens, the four of us would go to stop it, but not every time were we successful. This time it opened, it was even more overwhelming. The resentful spirits that flew out from Mount Tonglu. He only killed a small portion, using shrinking 1,000 miles to send the rest out, and then dispatch at everyone to quell the chaos, while he remained to destroy some objects. He guessed that I would go look for you after dealing with the matters within Mount Tonglu. He immediately pursued, and indeed captured me. I thought there was no way to turn back. The matter of Wu Yong Kingdom had been exposed. Based on his vigilance, he would certainly want to change the heavenly realm once more. You all did not even realize you were about to be buried beneath Xianjing. Just then, that brat Feng Xian happened to have the Hongjing mirror with him, so I risked my life to try once. Actually, his magic power was growing stronger and stronger. The Hongjing mirror no longer had the ability to reveal his true face. However, not long before that, he fought with 3 monstrous mountains, inadvertently causing his human face to be exposed. There is nothing more. I have said everything. Do you still have anything to ask, Your Highness? Xie Lian was pondering, when Hua Chang then said, I do. Imperial advisor, do you still remember the Wu Yong language? The imperial advisor replied, Wuyong Kingdom has been forgotten. No one uses the Wuyong script or language anymore, so I and my 3 friends have learned new languages, otherwise we would not know what His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wanted to say, and dealing with various kinds of demons and ghosts would also be very difficult. But in any case I still remember it clearly, it's just that I rarely use it. He casually said, doesn't really want to use it much. Xie Lian recalled that at that time, the national preceptor had said to the monstrous mountain, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince cannot be saved anymore. He is about to awaken, but actually he was not referring to him, but rather to Lang Huin, who had absorbed demonic energy along the way to restore Bai Wuxiang. There were those corpse rats that knew how to speak the Wuyong language. Perhaps they had obtained the memories of some people as expected. They had hit upon the memories of Jun Wu and Bai Wuxiang. And in the cave of 10,000 gods, to create 2 empty shells masquerading as Feng Xian and Mu Qing, was certainly not anything difficult for Bai Wuxiang, because Jun Wu understood them as clearly as the back of his hand. Xie Lian said he perhaps always wanted to make me think that I or a part of my soul was precisely the Crown Prince of Wuyong. The national preceptor said, he would naturally want that. If the existence of the Wuyong Kingdom cannot be hidden, and at the same time everyone sees that the Crown Prince of Xianlu and the Crown Prince of Wuyong are very similar, then pinning everything on your head is a way that couldn't be better. Moreover, as long as you doubt yourself, doubt your own actions and intentions, he can then turn you into the ideal he desires. If you believe that I am precisely the Crown Prince of Wuyong, I'm afraid you would repeat his fate even more tragically. It was he who actively guided you, wanting you to walk through his path without making the mistakes like his. He cannot tolerate that you and he are as alike as 2 drops of water. Yet the path you chose is different from his. A moment later, Hua Cheng finally spoke up, already said, not alike in the slightest. The national preceptor turned towards him, this brat, what's gotten into you? Xie Lian was stunned, thinking to himself, what's wrong? The national preceptor seemed as if he could not hold back, rolled up his sleeves and raised his voice at Hua Cheng. Just now I spoke for a long time. What was this brat smiling about, without a trace of sincerity? Don't think that just because you are a Calamity Ghost King you dare to speak disrespectfully to me. A Calamity Ghost King is indeed very rare. But do you know how old I am already? An elder of an age like me is even more rare. Hua Cheng raised an eyebrow. Xie Lian rubbed the space between his eyebrows, saying, Venerable Master, San Lang is not disrespectful. He is merely accustomed to feigning a smile towards others. The national preceptor gestured for Hua Cheng not to come closer, then pulled Xie Lian aside, seriously saying, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I saw it. Xie Lian asked, Huh? What did you see? The national preceptor said, Saw what you 2 were doing above the god statue. God statue? Doing what above, really? Xie Lian thought for a moment. Then suddenly his mind buzzed on. Borrowing spiritual power. Xie Lian coughed. It incessantly, no. That was merely borrowing spiritual power. No, actually it wasn't only borrowing spiritual power, in short it was. The national preceptor spoke with even more profound earnestness. Your Highness, why have you become like this? Could it be that because you have cultivated the Tao for a long time, not allowed to approach female beauty, you then changed to? Ta Lin frantically waved his hand. It's not for this reason. Quoxu was suspicious then. Could it be by birth? I've never thought of it. Alright, fine then, this point of yours really isn't like him. Ta Lin? Wait, it's not like that either. Quoxu sighed. You don't have to be afraid, Your Highness, I don't mean to scold you. Matters I don't understand I won't lecture you on. Besides, I know everything you've encountered, so why would I mind this? Both boys and girls are fine, as long as you like them, that's all that matters. Ta Lin rubbed until his glabella was slightly flushed, saying softly, Yes. That I truly like him. Quoxu again spoke with vexation. I'm not saying your judgment of people is poor. Actually it's quite good, both older maidens and younger maidens like this type. But the Calamity Ghost King is truly ferocious. Your Highness, you should know clearly, once this kind of person latches onto you, you should never think of throwing him away. Ta Lin clutched Quoxu's hand tightly. Shifu, please wait a moment. Quoxu nodded and nodded. Absolutely correct. I'm telling you, the moment I saw this blood rain-seeking flower, I knew his destiny was fiercely twisted, with 9 turns and 18 bends, like mountains pressing upon high mountains, a malevolent aura rushing into the face of the person opposite until they couldn't breathe. Truly he is. Hua Chang behind them said leisurely, truly he is a heavenly bane star, isn't that right? Just now, Ta Lin had tried to stop Kwok Su from speaking further, but still failed. He covered his face, quietly walking to Hua Chang's side and nudging him. Hua Chang smiled, embracing him, raising an eyebrow. My smile is very insincere. However, making a show in front of someone, calling them a heavenly bane star, a calamity descended upon the world, an unlucky comet, an orphan, someone who won't live past 18. Also isn't too appropriate, is it? Kwok Su's eyes gradually widened. You are? Book 5 Chapter 221. This time Hua Chang smiled genuinely without any pretense, even more brilliantly. Kwok Su was stunned, raising his hand to point at him. You. It's you. That child. You are that child? Both his finger and his voice trembled. Hua Chang was delighted, not answering, yet his face showed a clear expression. No mistake. I am indeed the heavenly bane star who almost destroyed Mount Taitsong. Kwok Su began to question. Your Highness, what is this? Please explain quickly. Ta Lin waved his hand, giving a faint smile. It's just like that. Kwok Su was shaken. He clenched his hand, shaking it back and forth dozens of times, and only after a while could he speak. You see, what did I tell you? I said the Calamity Ghost King is not easy to provoke. He has clung to you since childhood, his spirit unyielding. 800 years, it's been 800 years. For 800 years he has dreamed of possessing you. Terrifying, truly too terrifying. My calculations were truly too precise. Ta Lin said, calculations? Shifu, let's not talk about this. He thought to himself, that person has not yet seen the 10,000 gods cave, filled with divine statues that cover the sky and fill the earth. If he were to see it, perhaps he would consider Hua Chang a crazed, sick beast, grabbing Xie Lian by the elbow and fleeing for his life. The national master was still not over his shock. No, this won't do. He is too terrifying. His obsession has deeply rooted itself in his heart. Your Highness, you must be 10,000 times careful. Being like this, you are easily inviting disaster. Beware lest he deceive you. Xie Lian said San Lang would not do that. Hua Chang also said nonchalantly, you are overthinking things. Even if I were to deceive anyone, I would not deceive your Highness. The national master asserted his authority, arguing with him, you are young and cunning. Do not think I cannot see through you. You took advantage of the fact that Crown Prince your Highness is ignorant. Oh, some things. What have you done to him? Now try to play your tricks in front of me and see how must spiritual power be borrowed. How many ways are there to borrow? And how did you intentionally borrow it? By what means did you seduce him? Xie Lian cried out in a fluster. Ha 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 ha. All right. This is too complicated. No matter what the method is, as long as it can be borrowed, it's good, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. It's all the same. If they were to continue talking, he would surely be exactly like a drowned duck, thrown into a pot to be cooked, struggling wildly. Xie Lian suddenly became serious. So, let us talk about the main matter. Now he has trapped all of us in this place and has not yet made his move. What exactly does he want? Hua Chang said, perhaps he wants you to reconsider. Xie Lian said, what else is there to reconsider? The national master said, then it is truly hard to guess. In truth, there are many possibilities. Your Highness, you do not need to change the subject. I give you a piece of advice. Do not let his beauty or sweet, flowery words deceive you. I see him. Suddenly Hua Chang said in a low voice, Gidge, someone is coming. The national master said, you do not need to deceive me. I am not as easily fooled as Crown Prince your Highness. Xie Lian said, Shifu, he is not deceiving you. Someone is truly coming. Let us hide for a moment. Having said that, he then with Hua Chang, flickered out of sight and into view, jumping onto the roof beams to hide. Not long after, sure enough, the sound of footsteps came from outside the room. A person kicked open the room door and laughed loudly with triumph. Muahaha. What is the heavenly realm even? Finally, this old man has trampled it underfoot. Upon hearing this tone of voice, all three people were speechless. A person dressed in green swaggered in. It was indeed that Qi Rong who had not been seen for several days. It seems Junwu not only imprisoned the heavenly officials, but also released all the demons, ghosts, and monsters. They freely ran amok throughout Xianjing, Extremely crazed, extremely bizarre. The national master did not expect that it was Shi Rong. Shi Rong pointed at his face, cursing, "Damn national master, damned old man. Heh. Damn you, you looked down on me before, refused to take me as a disciple, and now what? You slap your own face, suffer your own karma, and have no good ending. Serves you right." Behind Shi Rong, a small head poked out, showing a scared expression. It was indeed Gu Zi. This was Gu Zi's first time entering such a magnificent place. It opened its eyes wide, looking east and west, secretly admiring the jade stones but not daring to touch them. Shi Rong said smugly, "Good child, do you see? This place is the heavenly realm, and now it's my territory." Gu Zi said in astonishment, "Really, father? This place is so big." Shi Rong said, "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, then watch too." "Why tui? I'll casually spit a puddle of saliva here. Who dares say anything to me?" "The national master." Gu Zi hesitated a little, then said softly, "Father, spitting saliva here is not good. This place is both beautiful and clean. It cannot be made dirty." Shi Rong, upon hearing that, also stopped. The national master could not help but say, "Just look at yourself. How can you educate this child like that? Already so many years old, yet not setting an example for it. It even understands things more than you." Being criticized by the two, Shi Rong's shame turned into anger, and he sprang up. "Damned old man, what do you know? Putting on airs of an adult, by what right do you lecture me? And you too? You dare to speak to this old man like that? Truly unfilial." Gu Zi, scolded by him, felt very wronged but did not dare to speak up. After scolding, Shi Rong felt a twinge of guilt, so he used both feet to wipe away the puddle of saliva, acting as if nothing had happened, then blusteringly dragged Gu Zi outside. Before leaving, he also wrote a line of text on the most conspicuous wall in the Ling Wen Palace: "The first Ghost King of the Three Realms, Green Ghost Shi Rong, has arrived here." After Shi Rong exited the Ling Wen Palace, the green roly-poly doll in Xie Lian's sleeve fell down. Standing before the wall covered in writing next to it was the uncleared puddle of saliva. It moved frantically, as if it was about to go crazy. Xie Lian, along with Hua Cheng, also jumped down. He picked up the roly-poly doll and tucked it back into his sleeve. The national master shook his head. "Little Jingwang truly is, after several hundred years, his nature has become even worse indeed, no progress at all." Hua Cheng glanced at the wall, showing contempt, and lazily commented with one word, "Ugly." The national master also agreed with him, shook his sleeve and said, "Extremely ugly." Many years have passed, and except for the haphazardly written couplet hanging in front of the Ghost Market's casino, I have never seen handwriting worse than this. Hua Cheng. Xie Lian forced a smile. Ha. The couplet that master mentioned, I have also seen it and I don't think it's that bad. It even has a very unique style. I really like it. The national master showed a puzzled expression. "Your Highness, how can you say such words? Your calligraphy is famous for its refinement. Can you really not distinguish between what is ugly and what is beautiful? That couplet is truly the ugliest in the Three Realms. No matter how good a master is, they cannot save it. What on earth do you like about it? Is there something wrong with your aesthetic sense?" Xie Lian. Ha, master, you had best not say anything more. Suddenly Hua Cheng spoke up. "Gij, Junwu has already taken action. He might want to come find you, and is heading towards Xianlu Palace." The national master exclaimed in horror. "What? Your Highness, run back quickly. Crimson Rain sought flower, you also hide well. Abso. Lutely must not let him discover that you two have met. My three friends are suppressed by him in Tonglu, and are trying to escape. Whatever you do, wait for them to escape first. Remember this carefully. Do not act recklessly." Xie Lian understood. After bidding farewell to the national master, the two of them flew out of the Ling Wen Palace, evading countless guards and demons and monsters, still 4 streets away from Xianlu Palace. Hua Cheng said, "Gij, he is just 1 street away from Xianlu Palace." Xie Lian. Hua Cheng touched a silver butterfly, and before their eyes appeared the image of Junwu, arms crossed, estimated to be more than 100 steps away from the gate of Xianlu Palace. What to do now? This way, one, they would arrive after Junwu, or else they would just happen to run straight into him. Moreover, the guard soldiers before the gate of Xianlu Palace were still being held by Hua Cheng's body-fixing spell. Suddenly, just as Junwu opened the door, a person stood behind him and said, "Emperor Lord." Junwu stopped, turned his head back. "You sure? Is something the matter? It was indeed Yu Shi who stopped him. In truth, Junwoo had calculated very carefully, not allowing outsiders to approach Yu Shi's residence, so besides the guard soldiers, she saw no demons, monsters, or ghosts. She politely said, Emperor Lord, there is something I forgot to give you. Would it trouble you to stop for a moment? Junwoo nodded very well, and then followed Yu Shi. Xie Lian, and softly sighed in relief. Thank you, great Yu Shi. When he returned, he would definitely light 18 huge incense sticks for Yu Shi. Seizing this opportunity, the two flew over 4 streets, returning to Xianlu Palace before Junwoo. Hua Cheng waved his hand, dispelling the magic on the guard soldiers. They had been bewildered, and with a blink of an eye, did not detect anything amiss. Xie Lian ran into the hall, and before he could even take a breath, his expression changed again. Because the guard soldiers at the door had once again relayed a command. So fast, Junwoo had already arrived. It seemed Yu Shi could not hold him back for long. The two exchanged glances, no words needed. Yet they understood each other perfectly. Hua Cheng rushed behind the curtain, using an invisibility spell, while Xie Lian hastily jumped onto the bed, feigning sleep, his back turned towards the door. Just as he pulled the blanket up, Junwoo stepped in. He slowly walked to the side of the table, remained silent for a moment, then said, Xianlu, are you resting? Xie Lian did not answer. Junwoo sat down, tossed something onto the table, then poured himself a cup of tea. He gently said, Xianlu, I take very good care of you because you are a good child. Many matters only require you to follow my wishes, and the final outcome will certainly be much better. Xie Lian did not turn around, still keeping his back to him. If it weren't for him remembering what Guoshi had told him, he feared Hai's heart would be a roaring river and surging sea, and at this moment, he wouldn't know how to face Junwoo, who was as gentle as before. Immediately after, Junwoo sat behind him leisurely and calmly saying, Yet you not only snuck out to play, but also brought someone back to hide in your room. It seems you truly do not heed my words. Volume 5 Chapter 222. Hearing this, Xie Lian suddenly felt a chill down his spine, the fine hairs on his back standing up one by one. He heard Junwoo stand up, slowly walking closer, and for some reason, the feeling was slightly similar to the night Guoshi had quietly snuck into Junwoo's room and taken off his mask. But Hua Cheng was still standing behind the curtain by the edge of the bed. Before Xie Lian jumped onto the bed, he had managed to hide Feng Xian under the pillow. At this moment, both his hands gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, waiting for an opportunity, but he also doubted there would fundamentally be any opportunity at all. Unexpectedly, Junwoo did not walk towards the curtains but came to the edge of the bed, immediately flinging off the blanket on his body. Xie Lian felt a sudden chill on his body, suddenly sprang up, staring at him. Junwoo looked at him from top to bottom as if evaluating, this robe seems not very suitable for you. Xie Lian suddenly remembered. He was still wearing the brocade immortal on his body. Although the brocade immortal had transformed into a set of white robes, Junwoo naturally still recognized it. He sighed. You again did not listen to my words. Again ran outside to cause trouble. Xie Lian was still surprised looking at him. Suddenly, his gaze swept past a gift box placed on the table. The gift box was already open. Inside were several bundles of white cabbage, several potatoes, and radishes. So it turned out that a moment ago, Windmaster called Junwoo over, saying that she had forgotten to give him something, which was a little specialty product from her hometown. Standing behind Junwoo, Hua Cheng did not make a sound. With his hand he lifted a corner of the curtain, silently observing the actions of those two people. He slowly placed his hand on the slender hilt of the saber worn at his waist, seemingly contemplating whether he should take action immediately or not. Xie Lian also did not feel this was a good opportunity. Pretending not to want to talk with Junwoo, he merely shook his head. Junwoo said, "Where did you hide Ling Wen?" Of course, he could not hand Ling Wen over to him. Just by seeing Ling Wen, there would be no need to ask what had happened to her. Merely seeing her transformed into a roly-poly toy would be enough to deduce that Hua Cheng had infiltrated the heavenly capital. However, Xie Lian could not help but suspect something was not right. Did Junwoo truly not think that Hua Cheng had already found his way here? Junwoo continued, "Xianlu, your expression is as if wanting to say not right. What not right? Could it be that Besides the brocade immortal, you are also hiding someone else? Just now, Xie Lian's expression had not even changed slightly. Junwu truly knew him like the palm of his hand. He exchanged glances with Hua Cheng, gradually regaining his calm, and said, think whatever you want. Anyway, now whoever wants to go out cannot, and I also cannot do anything more. Do as you please. Having finished speaking, he again lay down, pulling the blanket to cover over his head, allowing Junwu to begin pacing, inspecting every crevice in Xianlu Palace. Unhurriedly, he searched for a while, and after not finding anything, he then turned towards the curtains, flinging them open to one side. Behind the curtains there was not a single person. Standing still for a moment, Junwu dropped the curtains, returned to the side of the table, and looked at Xie Lian lying on the bed, still covered tightly with the blanket, unwilling to uncover himself. Inside the blanket, Hua Cheng had already lain beside him at some unknown point, their two faces so close together as if almost touching. Xie Lian's chest pounded fiercely, his whole body rigid. Hua Cheng faintly smiled and said softly, Your Highness, don't be afraid. Just a moment ago when Junwu turned around, Hua Cheng immediately dropped the curtains, waited for him to pass, and silently darted to the edge of Xie Lian's bed. Xie Lian reached out his hand and pulled him up, stuffing him into the blanket, and just as Hua Cheng had rolled onto the bed, Junwu returned. He had seized the heaven-sent opportunity and moreover, the position was perfectly subtle truly, except for being tangled in blankets and pillows, he had managed to evade Junwu's eyes. Finally Junwu spoke up, Xianlu, don't sleep anymore, after all you won't be able to sleep. Get up, come here with me. Truly, Talin very much wanted to sulk on the bed, unwilling to sit up, but only feared that if he didn't get up, Quan No would come again to toss off the blanket. Finally, he tossed and turned for a while, then had no choice but to get down from the bed, taking out the roly-poly doll from his sleeve and hiding it under the pillow. Waiting for Quan No to exit the palace door, Talin then turned his head, casting a glance, and saw Hoa Tan stepping down from the bed, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Talin hurriedly waved his hand, signaling that he absolutely must not allow himself to be exposed, as he would be completely fine. Quan No called back, What's wrong? Still haven't left? Is there something on the bed that makes you not want to go? Talin immediately returned to the room, grabbed the gift box on the table, then went out, closing the door. He took a radish, bit a piece and said casually, Nothing. I'm just hungry, is that not allowed? Quan No looked at the radish in his hand and said, Kindly, if you like this, I will have someone bring more. Talin. Walking past several streets, they then heard loud shouts echoing from afar, Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Fong Tin. You son of a bitch. This Ghost King dared to kick down your palace with my foot. How about that? How about that? If you're so mighty, then come here and hit me. Ha 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 ha. It's Tick Dung again. Approaching closer, they could only see a golden palace completely ruined by him. With illegible ugly words scrawled everywhere, Green Ghost Tick Dung has arrived here. Tick Dung had even climbed onto the rooftop, tearing off roof tiles, taunting and bragging to the divine officials trapped inside. Kok Tu was beside him, feeling uncomfortable, wanting to speak but then stopping. Despite him prancing about on Namyang Palace, Fong Tin didn't even bother to care, being preoccupied with other matters. Tick Dung shouted on and on without seeing any reaction, then switched to Mu Tin's palace to wreak havoc for a bit. Mu Tin merely silently displayed contempt, which made him furiously stomp his feet, jumping back and forth, until he somehow ended up jumping to Gwyn Not Chan's palace. Who would have thought, before he even had time to open his mouth, suddenly, a curly-haired divine statue flew out, shattering the rooftop and striking him directly on the head. It was surely Gwyn Not Chan, enraged, using his own divine statue as a weapon, mercilessly throwing it towards him. Kok Tu was startled. Father, are you all right? Tick Dung said angrily that foolish Gwyn Not Chan truly knows no shame, daring to use such a despicable trick to ambush me. See, OC2 hesitated a bit, showing a puzzled expression. Father, what despicable trick did he use? Clearly Gwyn Not Chan openly and honorably threw the divine statue onto his head. Didn't he? Tick Dung cursed. You are my son. As long as he defeats me, no matter what method he uses, it's all considered a despicable trick. Otherwise, how could he possibly win against me? Kok Tu, yes. No matter what, Tic Dung was still Ta Lin's younger maternal cousin. He couldn't bear to watch, bringing a hand to cover his face completely. Quan No stomped his heel, saying green ghost. Tic Dung heard this voice, his expression immediately serious. He stood up, looking at Quan No vigilantly. Both father and son directed their gaze towards Ta Lin. Kok Tu happily called trash-collecting Taoist elder brother. Tic Dung sneered, aha. Who is this? Isn't this Crown Prince elder cousin? Although Ta Lin didn't pay attention to him, he still wanted to cause trouble, running circles around Ta Lin, saying aggressively, didn't you look very arrogant and haughty before? With as many as 2 pillars of support behind you, you didn't even deign to put me in your eyes. Now how have you become this ragged, homeless appearance? Ta Lin thought to himself, finding it strange, 2 pillars of support? A moment later, he only then realized that one pillar of support was Hoa Tan, and the other pillar of support was Quan No. He glanced at Quan No, unable to avoid mixed and jumbled emotions, suddenly remember. Anji, when he had previously asked Hoa Tan, how do you feel about Quan No? At that time, Hoa Tan replied, Quan No certainly detests you. Tic Dung pressed closer again. How magnificent indeed. Before, you relied on that dog Hoa Tan to support you, plotting to ambush me, and I haven't even settled scores with you yet, but now you've already had others settle scores with you. This truly is the karma of the heavenly Tao. Quan No spoke softly. Tonggoe, there is no need to speak such nonsense to Xian Lu. You may let your subordinates go. Although Tic Dung always cursed wildly behind Quan No's back, when facing Quan No directly, his face turned ashen, shrinking back in fear. He showed an unconvinced attitude, not saying a single word, hugging Gu Zi and running away without a trace. Quan No then said to Xie Lian, let's go. Xie Lian looked at the path Quan No was leading, pondering in his heart, this direction leads to Tic Dung's subordinates? Could it be? After walking for a while, indeed, a magnificent martial god temple appeared before their eyes. Mingguang Temple. From within the temple, ear-splitting screams startled Xie Lian. He disregarded everything and followed Quan No, entering to see what was happening, only to find the temple was a chaotic mess. Pei Ming's face was ashen green. Xianji coiled tightly around him like a poisonous snake, wishing she could clamp him to death. Her long hair disheveled, her face fiery red. She bared 2 fangs as if wanting tea. Bite savagely into Pei Ming's neck, yet her own neck was being tightly grasped by Banyu, pulling her outwards. On the other side, a sword was pressed directly against Pei Ming's throat, just waiting to pierce through his gullet, but was being held back with all of Pei Su's might. And behind Banyu and Pei Su, Kuemo was frantically flailing. If Pei Ming hadn't struggled to hold them off, his iron hammer would have probably long flattened the 2 of them. Xianji and Rongguang, one in front, one behind, were simultaneously trying their utmost to stab Pei Ming to death and cursing each other maniacally. Xianji shrieked, get lost. Pei Ming's dog life belongs to me, all of it is mine. Rongguang, clinging to the sword hilt, also retorted, you are the one who should get lost. You truly do not know your place. Women abandoned by Pei Ming are not 1,000, then at least 800. How are you any different? The one to take Pei Ming's dog life can only be me. Pei Ming's forehead was bulging with green veins. Furious, you both of you are insane. All of you, get out from me. Xie Lian also empathized with Pei Ming's plight. To be caught in such a ludicrous situation was truly too unfortunate. He said, General Pei, you must try to endure a little longer. No sooner had he finished speaking than he wanted to rush up to help, but unexpectedly, before he could even take a step, a hand firmly grasped his shoulder. Quan No stood behind him, saying, Xian Lu, why? You're not thinking I called you here to help them, are you? The group of people, fiercely contending with each other, suddenly noticed their direction. Banyu joyfully called out, General Hua. Xie Lian, restrained by Quan No with one hand, was momentarily unable to move. Then why did you call me here? Quan No maintained his posture, forcefully pushing him into the temple. The moment he stepped inside, the entire group of people seemed to lose all strength, their limbs paralyzed as they fell with a thud to the ground. Jun Wu called Min Kuang. No longer choked by Xianji, Pei Ming's complexion returned to normal, and he lightly exhaled, Emperor, it truly is, I must deeply thank your highness. Although his tone was not overtly mocking, it was filled with sarcasm. Jun Wu did not take it to heart, and smiled faintly. You need not thank me so soon. Min Kuang, I have come here because I wish to ask for your help with the matter. Pei Ming, help with what? Junwu said the imperial city in the mortal realm is currently performing a living human array. It was indeed this matter. Junwu calmly said, shatter that array and restore your identity as the martial god of the north. Pei Ming glanced at Xie Lian and gave a wry smile. Is that array not being protected by His Highness the Blood Rain-seeking flower? I only fear that this humble Pei has no way to charge in and break it. Junwu said, of course you cannot charge in and break it. I also never said you must necessarily charge in and break it. If it were Pei Ming, to want to break this array would truly be too simple. He only needed to pretend to come and assist, and sure Qingxian would definitely let him enter. And once inside, no one would have time to be alert, retreat or resist, and the formation would immediately be broken. What's more, currently Hua Chang was not guarding the imperial city at all. Fundamentally, there would be no way to save it anymore. Book 5 Chapter 223. Xie Lian said, General Pei, that array is to prevent the resentful spirits from escaping Mount Tonglu. Once it is broken, the human face disease epidemic will erupt for the third time. I only fear that the world will fall into great chaos, and the common people will suffer immensely. Pei Ming scratched the bridge of his nose and said, let me reconfirm something. You are not giving me any other choice, are you? Junwu replied, of course there is. If you are willing to go down, I will release you. If you do not go, I will release them. Who were they? Xianji, Rongguang, and Kuemo. The three ghosts were tied up on one side, their eyes displaying a frantic hunger. One could imagine what they would do once released. One was to choke them to death, another was to claw them to death with their fingernails, stab them to death with a sword, or perhaps bite them to death, or it could be all of the above methods. Junwu continued, Little Pei is also here. I see you truly highly regard this junior. To help him, you could even gloss over and cover up his actions in the Banyue kingdom, even blaming others. After hearing this, Rongguang again went into a frenzy, cursing Pei Ming for behaving illogically, for flattering his descendants while forgetting his brothers. Xianji beside him also emitted killing intent, though it was unclear what she was jealous of. Pei Ming tried to ignore their hateful attitudes, thought for a long while, then sighed. Can you give me more time to consider? Kuano said, my patience is limited. I cannot give you too much time. As soon as he finished speaking, three ghosts laughed excitedly, pouncing straight towards Bui Min. The door of the Mingguang Palace closed. Xie Lian could hear desperate screams and the sounds of tearing. His expression changed. He shouted loudly, General Bui, ban you. He wanted to rush inside, but Quan No still kept his hand on his shoulder as before, forcefully pushing him in another direction. Xie Lian incessantly turned his head back, yet his body could not move, and he angrily shouted, what do you want to do? Quan No said, next. Next? What next? After walking for a while he stopped, and once again Xie Lian stopped breathing. Lang Tianqiu's Taihua Palace. Tik Dung also came from the opposite direction, holding Gu Zi under his armpit, wearing a look of refreshed satisfaction after trampling over the divine temples of all the heavenly officials. He asked, why call me here? How could Quan No call even Tik Dung Ti? Oh, the Taihua Palace? Xie Lian increasingly had a bad premonition, shouting loudly, this is not your business, leave quickly. Tik Dung's spirits plummeted. He was furious, only wanting to spit in Xie Lian's face. Quan No said, go in. Tik Dung laughed smugly, haha, in this place your words have no value. After which he arrogantly and proudly stepped inside. Inside the Taihua Palace, Lang Tianqiu was deep in thought, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. As soon as he saw Xie Lian and Quan No, he suspiciously said, what are you doing here? After that he saw Tik Dung. His expression suddenly changed, and he angrily shouted, you. His shout frightened Gu Zi into shrinking back, while Tik Dung was not afraid in the slightest, sitting outside the palace, jiggling his leg, and boastfully said, good child, don't be afraid. That's right, it's me. Lang Tianqiu, haven't you been trying to hunt and kill me for so long? Now haven't you yourself fallen into my hands? Lang Tianqiu was furious, the back of his hands full of bulging veins. Yet he was trapped inside the divine temple, unable to take a single step out. He turned towards Xie Lian. What the hell are you doing? Bringing him here to show off your power to me? Xie Lian said, no. Calm down a bit. Lang Tianqiu brushed his words aside. I've been calm long enough. I must clarify what this situation is. Quan No spoke up. Tai Hua, go down to the imperial city to break the living human array and I will hand over your enemy, the green ghost Tick Dung, for you to deal with. Tick Dung was still cackling. Ha 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 ha. Lang Tianqiu, you truly are as foolish as your Yong'an ancestor. What? What did you just say? Hand me over for him to deal with? What do you mean? He laughed heartily for a time before he understood Quan No's true intention, then sprang from his seat in alarm. Are you jesting? To let Lang Thian Thursday deal with him? He had slain Lang Thian, thus entire family would he not now be subjected to the death of 1,000 cuts, torn asunder? Quan No did not deign to pay him any mind, continuing to speak with calm grace. Otherwise, I shall hand you over to Green Ghost Tick Dung to be dealt with. The royal family of Yong'an all perished completely by his hand. Adding one more life now would hardly pose a problem. Lang Thian thus countenance grew even more terrifying. Tick Dung, utterly bewildered, exclaimed, hold on. What in the world do you mean? Ta Lin truly could no longer bear it. You are mad. Forcing them to choose in this manner. What is it you truly desire? What is it you ultimately wish for me to witness? Lang Thian Thursday had incessantly pursued and struck Tick Dung. Given Tick Dung's nature, should he be granted an opportunity to deal with Lang Thian Thursday, he would naturally seek to repay him with interest, both principal and debt. However, if Lang Thian Thursday truly proceeded to destroy the spiritual array, what might then befall him afterward? Was something he dared not even contemplate. Quan No spoke. If you do not wish to witness their choice, then you shall take their place. Ta Lin's eyes widened. What? Quan No continued. Xian Lu. These are all but the consequences wrought by your own capricious actions. If, from the very beginning, you had chosen to obey me, they would not have fallen into such a distressing predicament. Ta Lin's voice trembled. Do you mean to say all of this is due to my errors? Why must you always corner me in such a manner? Quan No said, do you hate me? Hatred is but futile. If you possess the capability, then defeat me. Can you truly? Ta Lin clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles giving a faint crackle. Quan No's voice deepened. At present, naturally you cannot, yet as long as you shatter the human array, you shall immediately possess such capability. For I shall aid you in breaking open all the spiritual shackles that bind you. These 2 spiritual shackles had sealed away his spiritual power for over 800 years. Once they were unfastened, how would all things truly change? Tick Dung remained vigilantly staring into Tai Hua Palace, fearing only that if Lang Thian Thursday chose to proceed with destroying the array, Quan No would genuinely cast him to Lang Thian. Thus mercy. Lang Thian thus gaze darted between Tick Dung and Ta Lin. Suddenly, Quan No's hand, resting upon Ta Lin's shoulder, relaxed. Ta Lin stood momentarily dazed, then hastily turned his head back, only to find Quan No still appearing composed, his head slightly bowed as he intently regarded the silver blade pressed against his neck. It was the blade Yiming. Hua Cheng stood behind him, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, and coldly commanded, remove your hand. Ta Lin breathed a sigh of relief. San Lang. Hua Cheng could no longer hold back, and had finally revealed himself. Quan No drew a light breath, then smiled at Ta Lin. Xian Lu, to still dare to secretly consort with the Ghost King, right before my eyes, you are truly audacious. Hua Cheng let out a cold snort. You ought to take a look at yourself in the mirror. What right do you possess to speak of me thus? Tick Dung grew utterly restless, his countenance shifting to one of sheer terror. Dog, Hua Cheng. How did you manage to ascend here? Xie Lian drew Fong Xian at his hip. A single sword stroke slashed forth, breaking apart the seal that was binding Lang Qianqiu, and he shouted, Qianqiu, run quickly. Lang Qianqiu was still enraged, rushing straight towards Qi Rong, with one hand grabbing him, and with the other hand drawing the heavy sword from his back, wanting to chop him into 7-8 pieces. Guzi hurriedly pounced forward, spreading both arms in front of Qi Rong. Don't kill my father. Lang Qianqiu shouted, get out of the way. Your father has been possessed by a ghost, he is no longer your father. Qi Rong suddenly spun around and grabbed Guzi, threateningly saying, don't come closer. I warn you, don't step closer. Otherwise I will bite this child to death, gut him and eat him for you to see. Lang Qianqiu stopped his steps, angrily saying, "Isn't that your son? He is protecting you. Yet you use him as a shield. Truly a lowly and despicable ghost." Guzi, grabbed by Qi in his hand, only blinked his eyes. Qi said, "It's just a child, he can be reborn again and I'll be fine." Junwu softly said, "If that is the case." Hearing his tone, Xie Lian had a premonition that something dangerous was about to happen. Sure enough, not long after, terrified shouts came from outside. "There's fire. It's burning. Oh heavens, it's burning." Xie Lian rushed out of Taihua Palace and immediately saw a horrifying sight. Night had fallen, and only Xianjing billowed with smoke, dyeing a section of the sky crimson. All the divine palaces were engulfed in a sea of flames. Xie Lian turned his head to look at Junwu. "Why are you burning, Xianjing? How many heavenly officials are still imprisoned by you inside the palaces? Moreover, their spiritual powers were still sealed." Falling into this situation was no different from being burned to death inside the divine palaces. Hua Chang said he fundamentally does not care whether those heavenly officials live or die. Taking advantage of the moment Lang Qianqiu was still stunned, Qi tucked Guzi under his arm, tumbled and fled. Lang Qianqiu shouted loudly, "Stop!" Even if he called again, Qi would be far from stopping. Xie Lian said, "Qianqiu, first go release the other heavenly officials." Lang Qianqiu said reflexively, "Yes, Shurzuan." As soon as he finished answering, both of them were stunned. Lang Qianqiu glanced at Xie Lian once, then turned his face and ran like mad outside. On this side, Hua Chang retracted Yiming, commanding hundreds of thousands of silver butterflies to frantically swarm around Junwu. He held Xie Lian tightly and said, "Go." The silver butterflies could not hold Junwu for long. The two hurried down to the main road. Lang Qianqiu acted with extreme decisiveness, knocking down groups of guards. Many heavenly officials were thrown by him from inside the palaces, flying out onto the road. Everyone was terrified. "Why is there a fire? Who started the fire? This is not an ordinary fire. There's no way to extinguish it." From afar echoed Qirong's voice, running and shouting, "FCK, FCK, FCK. Il FCK his mother Junwu, he's crazy. This old man is still here and he dares to burn down his own territory. FCK his mother, he's truly got a screw loose." Fong Tin also ran out of the Namduong Palace, glancing left and right as if looking for someone. Mu Tin asked, "How do we get out of here? What way could there be? Can we fly? You all are injured now, your spiritual power is still restricted, you can't fly." In short, even if they escaped from the divine temple, they would still be trapped in Xianjing, trapped amidst a sea of fire. Suddenly everyone felt ground shake, growing stronger and stronger. "What is this? An earthquake?" Lang Tianqiu said, "How can that be? This place is Xianjing, floating amidst the heavens. Where would an earthquake come from? This is... what exactly?" Speaking of which, everyone choked. A moment later, they all simultaneously burst into excitement, raising their hands and pointing forward. Someone murmured, "What is that thing?" Under the fire-filled sky, at the end of Xianjing Street, a truly enormous human head appeared, staring intently at the several hundred divine officials. The head was truly too massive, even several times larger than a golden palace, and it was still smiling. The smiling face was truly calm and benevolent, yet submerged amidst the dark night and the blood-red firelight, it seemed to become somewhat eerie. Someone clutched their head and said, "Am I having hallucinations? Crown Prince Highness, it's too big. It's the giant divine statue. It flew all the way up to Xianjing." Xie Lian was also surprised. Wasn't that divine statue located in Mount Tonglu? Furthermore, without him manipulating it, could it be that the statue had come to life on its own? Not only had he not issued a command, but he also didn't even have enough spiritual power. How could he make it fly up? As he was thinking that, suddenly in the dark night, the divine statue emitted a brilliant halo like the sun, truly magnificent. If one looked closely, they could see that it wasn't the divine statue itself emitting light, but rather a million silver butterflies, flying in swarms around the statue, alongside bright lanterns. It was precisely these silver butterflies and sky lanterns escorting it as it flew up into the sky. Tin. Volume 5 Chapter 224. Before the countless astonished eyes of the divine officials, the colossal divine statue smiled even more radiantly. Xie Lian saw it was flawlessly perfect. Even the leg broken by Wu Xiang had healed completely, and joyfully said, "San Lang, did you repair it?" Hua Chong smiled slightly, flying all the way to heaven to welcome Gij. "Naturally, I could not arrive empty-handed. Let's go." Xie Lian nodded. Everyone quickly ascend. At this moment, the divine officials then clearly saw the person standing beside Xie Lian, and almost tumbled backward in shock. "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Why are you together with Feng Xian?" In the distance, his face ashen, still incessantly shouted, "Jian Lan! Jian Lan!" There was no reply. Lang Qianqiu saw Tikdung furtively hiding by the roadside and immediately wanted to capture him. Who would have thought, as soon as he passed, the Taihua Palace immediately exploded, collapsing with a roar. All the divine officials turned their heads in terror to look, only to see raging flames and a pile of rubble emerging. From within was a bowing figure, silent and saying nothing. Jun Wu in an instant had shattered the swarm of silver butterflies. As he expected, he was unstoppable. Tikdung quickly ran behind Jun Wu, pointing a finger towards Xie Lian. "Cowards! All of you are a bunch of cowards. If you have the guts, come here." Truly, only he was so presumptuous as to dare rely on Jun Wu, while none of the divine officials dared to utter a single word. The white-clad martial god simultaneously emanated black miasma, reaching to the sky, and emitted dazzling radiance. These two types of aura alternately changed erratically. Before such a strange Jun Wu, each of the divine officials dared not approach, only staring at him. He did not take his eyes off Xie Lian, stepping closer to him step by step, each footprint ignited with battle flames, spreading wildly in all directions, burning the sky into a brutal curtain of fire. Tikdung was almost burned by the fire, frantically hugging Guzi and fleeing. At the end of the road, Quan Yizhen carried Yin Ye's corpse on his back, his face drenched in sweat. His eyes, upon seeing Jun Wu, immediately blazed with fury. He had not yet put the corpse down but was already about to charge, when he was tightly seized by Xie Lian. Now charging in would be no different from seeking death. Once again the swarm of silver butterflies flew in like a storm, holding Jun Wu tightly. Seizing this opportunity, Xie Lian shouted loudly, "Hurry up! Don't stand there dazed anymore." The divine officials hesitated for a moment, finally having no choice but to comply. Several hundred divine officials jostle each other to jump onto the colossal divine statue, looking like a swarm of black ants crawling up, some sitting on its shoulders, on its chest, while others, having no space left, had to cling to its robes. If it was to fly up, it could not rely solely on the sky lanterns and silver butterflies, yet before so many people, Xie Lian even more so could not openly do that with Hua Chong. Pondering for a moment, wisdom indeed emerges from adversity. He casually pulled a divine official, and behind his back, embraced Hua Cheng's face, kissing him deeply. Sure enough, it immediately had an effect. Xie Lian's entire body was instantly filled with spiritual power. That divine official, suddenly used as a shield, stiffened all over, and tremblingly said, "What are you two doing behind my back?" Countless pairs of eyes also looked in shock towards this side. Xie Lian suddenly realized the shield he had just pulled was Lang Qianqiu. His conscience pricked, a feeling of guilt truly sinful. A million times he could not let this child see. "We haven't done anything at all. This is not something you should see." He turned around and, facing the divine statue, shouted loudly, "Ascend." The divine statue heard his command as if activated, suddenly opened its eyes wide, its smile becoming even more radiant. The swarm of silver butterflies and the sky lanterns dispersed to both sides. The divine statue steadily floated in midair, its long hair and robes fluttering in the wind. "It can fly." Xie Lian and Hua Cheng leaped onto the statue's head, saying, "All you divine officials, stand firm, hold on tight." No sooner had the words left their lips than the statue's body sank slightly, then immediately shot forward. Xie Lian stood with Hua Cheng at the highest point, controlling the statue as it carried all the divine officials away from Xianjing. However, many divine officials had accumulated the fruits of their entire lives in Xianjing. They couldn't help but turn their heads back with longing, stomping their feet in agony. As soon as he calmed down, Xie Lian remembered he had been too rushed earlier to call out names, so he said, "Is everyone present? Where is the imperial preceptor? Where is General Pei?" Pei Ming, he feared, had met with more ill fortune than good. He squeezed into the crowd, desperately searching master. From afar, the imperial preceptor's voice echoed back, "Here I am." Xie Lian sighed in relief, feeling somewhat reassured. Suddenly someone shouted, "It's chasing us. It's following." Indeed. Right behind the statue, something blazingly red suddenly appeared, hurtling after them with astonishing speed. It was Xianjing. Xianjing, once always vibrant with spiritual energy and veiled in pure, drifting clouds, was now at this very moment engulfed in the fires of war, transformed into a bizarre city consumed by flames. Someone cried out in terror, "It's the Heavenly Emperor! It's the Heavenly Emperor controlling Xianjing to pursue us. He wants to laughter us all. He's almost caught up." Xie Lian declared decisively, "Not so easily." He changed his hand seals. The statue's eyes seemed to glow, and the tearing wind by their ears grew louder, causing the divine officials to scream wildly. Nevertheless, he had managed to widen the distance significantly from the streak of light behind them. The statue flew faster and faster. However, no matter how much they accelerated, that streak of light refused to be outdone, its speed escalating just as suddenly, gradually drawing closer. The divine officials were so terrified they couldn't utter a sound. So close now, one could even clearly discern a figure standing before Xianjing. Yet, those below in the mortal realm knew nothing. A group of children laughed and played, looking up at the sky where two streaks of light flickered, chasing each other, their mouths agape, clapping their hands, "So beautiful, so very beautiful." Xie Lian knew clearly he couldn't simply continue plummeting like this. He was forced to accelerate and fly, but his head suddenly felt a little dizzy. He had poured out all his spiritual power, flying continuously for such a long time. Huacheng supported him. The two of them had not yet spoken when they heard the imperial preceptor roar, "What are you all standing there dumbfounded for? A group of living divine officials still want to borrow the Ghost King's spiritual power to flee? Don't you feel ashamed?" A divine official showed a look of defiance. "Who are you? You? What right do you have to lecture us?" The imperial preceptor retorted loudly, "Who I am is not important. Just know that I have been in the heavenly court since you were all still playing in the mud in some obscure corner of the world, so I most certainly have the right to lecture you. What's important is for you to quickly bring out all your gold, silver, and jewels to offer to this divine statue, and provide all the spiritual power you have. Only then can the statue fly faster. Otherwise, are you content to just sit there silently and watch him seize your tails? Are you going to cross your arms as if it's none of your business, ignoring it even as death draws near? Do you really need me to remind you of such a thing?" Thanks to his words, the divine officials recovered their wits, feeling ashamed. They had completely forgotten they could help in this way. They enthusiastically transmitted their spiritual power to the statue, shouting, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, this humble one. My mistake. I'll lend you a hand. I'll help too. I don't have much left. Please make do with it for now." Each person offered a helping hand. Before long the divine statue was once again filled with divine power. Xie Lian's body trembled. The divine statue accelerated once more, and with a resounding boom, it surged far away from that streak of light several times over. The divine officials breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to present more offerings. Suddenly Huacheng spoke up, "Gij, descend." Once he had opened his mouth, Xie Lian did not even need to ask the reason, directly plunging downwards. The divine statue shattered through layer after layer of swirling clouds, plunging into a sky as black as ink. Not even a single lamp from human dwellings could be seen. The divine officials were horrified. "Hey, where is this place? Why is it so pitch black? This is monstrously dreadful. Crown Prince, what are you doing descending? This is not a place to linger." Huacheng said, "Stay here, don't move, wait a moment." The gigantic divine statue hovered in mid-air. Xie Lian replied, "All right. What are we waiting for?" Huacheng said softly, "Wait for him to catch up. Then we'll fight." Just as he finished speaking, the cloud layer above was torn apart by a brilliant red streak of light, hurtling straight down. A statue and a city held a standoff in the night sky. The divine officials helplessly watched the red streak fly closer and closer. A chill running down their spines. "Your Highness, why haven't you left yet? You don't intend to fight him, do you? You won't be able to win. He's being foolish again. I should have realized earlier that he was a reckless madman. He's always been like this for centuries. Who kicked me? The guusher said angrily. Me. If you say one more word, I'll immediately push you down. But who exactly are you? Although the divine statue was comparable to a colossal monster, in any case over there was Xianjing immensely vast. They were to truly confront each other. Based on the statue's physical form, it would surely be crushed. Even so, Xie Lian still trusted Hua Cheng's judgment, remaining silent, saying nothing. Just as the streak of light approached less than half a mile away, Xie Lian suddenly felt something stirring beneath his feet. He lowered his head to look, discovering that below, in the pitch-black depths, something was stirring, surging violently like sea waves. Xie Lian suddenly realized where this was. Some divine officials had also realized it, trembling. Oh heavens, this place appears to be the Black Water Ghost domain. We've been taken to the Ghost Sea. Just as he finished speaking, from below, several pure white creatures surged up, exuding dense black mist, flying high into the sky. Their 4 pairs of eyes flickered with spectral blue flames, gazing fixedly at the brilliant red city, roaring ferociously. It seemed truly displeased with this uninvited guest, whipping its tail, churning up the sea surface, splashing up waves thousands of feet high. They were 4 bone dragons. They raised their heads, looking at the monstrous fortress, spewing forth surging torrents of water, an immense attacking force seeming as if it could pierce through bronze walls and iron ramparts. Xie Lian watched unblinking. Before I saw them being a bit haha, I didn't think they were still so ferocious. Countless gigantic water monsters vied with each other, bursting forth from the pitch-black sea surface, darting swiftly like a tempest. The various heavenly officials who witnessed this scene then felt truly bewildered. Junwu pursued and killed them relentlessly, while Hua Cheng and He Xian, however, helped them. The situation, it must be said, was wondrously intricate. For bone dragons surrounded the fortress, ceaselessly spraying water wildly, yet it also had no effect. Those war flames indeed could not be extinguished with water. The more they were doused with water, the bigger they burned, even burning within the water. On the demonic sea surface, fires burned in swathes. Firelight and waves intermingled beneath the sea. Roars rose up like wailing ghosts and howling wolves. Xie Lian naturally felt a little embarrassed. We threw so much chaos entirely into He Xian's domain. Aren't we afraid of affecting him? Hua Cheng said, pay it no mind. He still owes me money. He can wreck it as much as he likes. Xie Lian? Suddenly, someone pointed forward and cried out, what is it doing? Xie Lian hurriedly shifted his gaze as soon as he saw this scene. He was instantly struck with dread. The author has something to say. He Xian truly owes Hua Cheng a huge sum, being the poorest and most destitute Peerless Ghost King among the 3. Actually, it's also because he eats too much that he simply runs out of money. Poor He Xian, a Peerless Ghost King but a starving ghost. Volume 5, Chapter 225. The immortal capital floated up in mid-air, shaking wildly. Countless stones, still blazing fiercely, fell into the water. Originally, it was clearly a floating island, yet now it had turned upside down. Moreover, it had also split apart into 7 or 8 massive chunks of rock. A heavenly official said, has it been destroyed? Is that why it shattered into pieces? Xie Lian said, how could it be so easy? I fear that. He had not yet finished speaking, when the 7 or 8 shattered rocks then fused back together. The divine statue hurriedly reached out its hand to support it. The heavenly officials opened their eyes wide, observing with concentrated attention. Some even gaped. It was not that the fortress was smashed to pieces, but rather it was reshaping itself. After reshaping itself, it then transformed into a colossal figure blazing fiercely in flames. The giant, awakened from its slumber, stood upright in mid-air. The golden palaces covering its entire body looked like a suit of armor inlaid with gold and jade, impenetrable by anything. It replaced the immortal capital, turning to contend with Xie Lian's divine statue. It must be said that the 2 sides were utterly disparate. Compared to that giant, Xie Lian was pitifully small, no different from a child standing before an adult. If the divine statue was likened to a great monster, then that giant only needed to let out a single cry of crush the sky and stomp the earth, and it would surely be 5 or 6 times more earth-shattering, terrifying people to their very core, as if a single stomp could destroy an entire city. After having completely transformed, the giant slightly tilted its head, opened its mouth to spew flames towards the 4 bone dragons, powerfully piercing through all the water columns they created. The 4 bone dragons, sensing the unfavorable situation, immediately dove into the sea, their feet skimming across the water surface as if running on land, darting straight towards the divine statue. On top of the giant's head was the Shunwu temple. Junwu sat upright within the temple, emanating an utterly dreadful killing intent. The various heavenly officials were truly suffocating Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Don't stand there anymore. Run quickly or you'll die now. We cannot defeat it, truly we cannot defeat it. Wake up, Your Highness the Crown Prince, it is several times larger than you. Xie Lian replied, we cannot keep running forever. Even if we cannot defeat it, there is nowhere else to run to. The divine officials at first were stunned, not understanding anything. Only after a while did they finally react. Indeed, from the very beginning they had always been fleeing. If not for Hua Chong providing spiritual power, with their own spiritual power alone, they couldn't even make the divine statue move. Ultimately, a battle still had to be fought. Instead of leading that giant to a densely populated area, it would be better to resolve everything right here. At least in the Black Water Ghost domain there was not a single soul, and it would not affect the lives of ordinary people. Although their status as divine officials certainly required them to consider things rationally and reasonably, facing a giant blazing furiously, having to fight it to the death, and what's more, fighting within Blackwater's territory, their hearts couldn't help but feel fear. After all, opening their mouths to ask Xie Lian to quickly lead them to a more populated area would be even more shameful for them. Xie Lian said, everyone, calm yourselves, don't let yourselves fall below. Fall into the sea of ghosts and you will immediately sink. The giant raised its hand, intending to grab the divine statue, whereupon Xie Lian nimbly dodged to one side, leaping over. The divine officials clinging to the divine statue were sometimes spun dizzy, sometimes flying up, sometimes thrown down, as if on a thrill ride, screaming shrilly. Most of the divine officials here were not martial gods all day, they merely sat in their palaces, and even among the martial gods, few had ever fought in such a situation. Xie Lian suddenly heard Quan Yizhen cry out loudly, you have no weapon. You definitely need a weapon. The divine officials also couldn't help but speak up, that's right, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Without a weapon you will find it very hard to win. Xie Lian said, I am thinking, what can I use as a weapon? Rui excitedly spun around Xie Lian, flying up in front of him. Xie Lian gently pushed it away, thank you, but I see. And not use you. You are too small. Hua Chong spoke up, it's not that there are no weapons. For now just use this. No sooner had he finished speaking, Xie Lian immediately heard several shrill cries. The 4 bone dragons that had just been scorched by the giant's fire breath had, at some point, surged up from the seabed, surrounding the divine statue. The divine officials were terrified. What do they want to do? Although they surrounded them on all sides, they showed no intention of attacking. Before Xie Lian's eyes, they successively bit each other's tails, and the 4 already lengthy bone dragons merged into one colossal bone dragon. They leaped up, flying straight towards Xie Lian. Without a moment's thought, he controlled the divine statue to raise its hand and catch it. Xie Lian was slightly surprised. This is Bone Dragon Whip. Just like how he used to control Rui, manipulating this was no different, truly no issue at all. Xie Lian raised his hand, holding the Bone Dragon Whip, and lashed it straight towards the giant's head. It swiftly turned to seize it. However, the section it grasped suddenly broke off from the Bone Dragon Whip. The divine statue seized this opportunity to rush forward, striking its head powerfully. The giant took a painful blow, immediately released its grip, and the bone dragon that had just been caught quickly swam back, rejoining itself once more to Xie Lian's hand. The bone dragon whip was both defensive and offensive, exceedingly agile. Sometimes 2 of them separated, sometimes all 4 combined. Moreover, the divine statue itself was no less agile, making it very difficult to contend with. The divine officials were tossed back and forth in the furious gale, their hair disheveled, clothes askew. We truly forgot. His Highness the Crown Prince still has 2 hands after all. I only saw his ragged state, it never occurred to me that he was originally a martial god. National Master said, if you haven't thought about it, then let go and jump down. No need to flatter or extol a tattered thing. Talino, ha ha ha. The bone dragons bit each other's tails like a completely white iron chain. strongly coiling around their opponent, making the giant briefly bow. The divine officials vied with each other, shouting, "Quick, quick, quick! Quickly pull it down into the sea!" The battlefield where they were struggling, directly below was the black water ghost domain, fall into the water and instantly sink. The divine statue tightly gripped the bone dragon whip. Ta Lin gritted his teeth, gathering all his strength, pull it down. The giant indeed gradually sank down. The divine officials hastily ran over, 700 hands and 100 feet together, transmitting spiritual power to the divine statue, cheering, "Sink! Sink down! Quickly sink for me!" Hearing them, with 100 mouths speaking as one, all wanting to drown Quan No to the bottom of the sea, in Ta Lin's heart, a sudden chill arose. He raised his head and looked up at the divine martial hall. For some reason, even though he couldn't clearly see the expression of the person up there at all, he still felt as if Quan No was letting out a cold laugh. The giant was pulled straight down to the bottom of the sea. The flames on its body continued to burn incessantly, sinking into the water yet refusing to extinguish. Instead, it emitted light at the bottom of the pitch-black water. The bone dragons exerted themselves to pull it even deeper. Only then did that light gradually disappear. The divine officials simultaneously let out a sigh of relief, while Ta Lin completely dared not relax his guard. For a long time there was no movement. Ta Lin suddenly remembered he hadn't heard Bui Min's voice, nor Ban Noyet's. Fearing they had been dragged together to the bottom of the sea, their life or death unknown. Suddenly on the sea surface, clusters of bubbling air appeared, gurgling, gurgle, gurgle, ceaselessly spreading, splashing high up, and also spewing out a plume of white smoke. The seawater was boiling. Ta Lin was about to fly away when suddenly, a hand shot up from the water surface, tightly grasping the ankle of the divine statue. Ta Lin immediately felt his body being pulled down. The upper half of the giant had risen, though drenched. It still couldn't prevent the battle flames from igniting once more. The bone dragon whip coiled around it like shackles, yet still could not bind it. Quan No's laughter echoed through out the space, hidden everywhere. It could still be heard. It was not a mad laugh, nor a cold laugh. That indistinct feeling made people's hair stand on end even more. Pulled by it, the lower half of the divine statue sank into the boiling water, making all the divine officials desperately scramble onto its upper body. Even standing on the crown of the divine statue's head, Ta Lin also breathed with difficulty, hot air steaming up, sweat continuously poured out until he was drenched. If he were dragged into the water now, he could only be boiled from head to toe. No, all other types of weapons could not unleash their full power. He still needed a sword. Suddenly, he heard the National Master's panicked voice, "Hey, little friend Gwyn, what are you trying to do? Why are you throwing corpses at me? Wait a moment. What are you doing?" Ta Lin was also horrified, his hands slightly lowered, shouting loudly, "Kion!" He only saw a figure flying across the divine statue's leg, then leaping to the giant's arm, rushing straight towards its head. Ta Lin shouted, "Kion, come back!" However, Gwyn Not Chan inherently never listened to others. The giant discovered him running on its arm, and immediately used its other hand to grab him, no different from catching a live mosquito. Its movement was both swift and precise. With a bang it indeed caught him. Many divine officials screamed in fear, but if one looked closely again, in fact, Gwyn Not Chan was still running on. Just moments ago, it was true that he had been caught squarely. Only just in time he had leaped through the gap between the giant's 5 fingers, thanks to which he had not been crushed into pulp after leaping through. He immediately dashed away headlong. The giant continued to seize. 2 consecutive times he was lucky enough to dodge, but by the 3rd time it was feared that there would be no more luck. Should this palm strike land, he would certainly be crushed into pulp. In any case, Gwyn Not Chan had already achieved his objective. He immediately leaped into the mouth of a bone dragon coiled around the giant's neck. As soon as he had slipped in, 2 wisps of eerie flame in the bone dragon's eye sockets suddenly blazed. It raised its neck to the sky, let out a long shriek, its tail coiling even tighter. Ta Lin fully sensed the divine statue being severely constricted by the resounding shriek. The giant seemed to be unable to breathe. Its hand slightly loosened, inadvertently letting go of the divine statue's ankle. As soon as it broke free, Ta Lin immediately flew into the air, bending down and reaching out a hand. "Kion, come here quickly. Don't go near him." Gwyn Not Chan clung to the bone dragon, not only refusing to let go but also shouting loudly, exerting all his strength to cling even tighter. Innumerable fragments of cracked rock fell. The giant, as if having lost all patience, surged up from the surface of the sea, the flames of war once again blazing fiercely Yupo, and the divine martial hall, then spreading throughout its entire body. The bone dragon coiled around its neck carried Gwyn Not Chan with it, buried in the sea of flames. Ta Lin cried out in alarm, "Kion!" He rushed towards the giant, launched a palm strike, shattering the bone dragon whip. The glistening white bone fragments fell into the sea. Ta Lin was about to catch Gwyn Not Chan, who was stuck in the head of the bone dragon, when suddenly the giant counterattacked, flinging the bone dragon's head 3 or 4 miles away. With this distance and speed, the divine statue utterly had no way to intercept it. It was feared that by the time he caught up, Gwyn Not Chan would have already sunk to the bottom along with the bone dragon's head. Moreover, the surface of the sea was now a boiling pot of water. Falling into it would mean instantly being boiled alive. The situation was hanging by a thread. Suddenly, a large fish with a glistening white skeleton shot up, caught the bone dragon's head, hastily thrashing its tail to swim away. It truly was a fright with no real harm. Ta Lin breathed a sigh of relief, leaving the giant behind to give chase. The bone dragon's teeth chattered faintly, opening and closing. Gwyn Not Chan, lying in its mouth, was only burned in a few places after all. It was thanks to the bone dragon's head blocking a part of the blazing fire that the burns were not too severe, only injured, needing time to recuperate. Meanwhile, all 4 bone dragons, having first been burned to ashes then struck, their shattered corpses floated on the water's surface, fire still burning on their bone fragments. Ta Lin could not help it, and also felt a twinge of guilt. We caused the black water's guardian spirits to be beaten to the point of not even having an intact corpse. Is there really no problem? Hoa Tan smiled faintly. Rest assured, there's no problem. Ta Lin, just how much money does he owe you in the end? The divine officials, seeing Gwyn Not Chan's extremely wretched state, said, truly we never thought that His Highness Kion was also very brave in a moment of crisis. He resolutely sacrificed himself to fight. Ta Lin suddenly remembered how much Gwyn Not Chan was disliked by everyone in the upper court usually, and gently shook his head. Suddenly from behind him, a rapid succession of sounds was heard. He turned his head to look, only to see the giant's entire body blazing fiercely with flames of hatred. It had no intention of chasing them, on the contrary. It flew high up, piercing through the cloud layers, disappearing without a trace. The divine officials were surprised, thinking they had survived the disaster, and happily said, he has given up, no longer wanting to chase us? Ta Lin had a premonition of something ominous. Tam Lang. How did he manage to disappear? Hoa Tan replied, he activated 1,000-mile shrinking land. Ta Lin cried out in alarm, activated to where? Hoa Tan's gaze suddenly froze. Emperor. Il City. Su Tan Huyen was still there, defending the spell formation for the living. My heart just aches for Kion so much. Thank you for tuning into Eastern Romance Tales. Please like, share, and follow to support my war kit. Truly motivates me to bring you more stories.